best showmanship. Lord, we ask that as we go our separate ways and leaving here that you keep us safe. Thank you for your shelter and protection that you give us last night, and we ask that you just continue to be with us in everything that we do today. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
All right, let's get started.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. We're going to get started with the market heifers, class 001. Entering the ring, MJ Flowers from Pike County.
Test, test. Good morning, guys. Looking forward to a great couple of days here with you, and a very nice way to start things off. Just a single entry, a lightweight heifer here, but certainly one, if you want to study balance, correctness, quality, if you will, here from the profile, I think sets a very nice trend for us. And obviously, very light in weight and not anywhere close to maybe where you'd want to be from a market standpoint yet, but a heifer that certainly balances up nice and's got a lot of good going for her. Looking forward to a great day, great way to start things off. In fact, one of the very few classes no one can ever argue with me on, right? There's your class winner. Give her a nice round of applause, and I look forward to a great day.
Thank you, Judge. Winning class 001, MJ Flowers of Pike County. Now entering the ring, class 1, market heifers. Emma Grace Padgett of Conecuh County. Grace Stegall, Marshall County.
As we work here into the market heifer division, a pair of heifers that, yes, are in the same weight class, but I think very, very different in their composition and the way they come to us here today. And I think you'll hear me as we work through the market show today. I think it's very important while all of us here appreciate and are very much ingrained in the show side of livestock, I do feel like it's important right from the get-go to help you guys around ringside understand where my first priorities are going to be. It is a market heifer division, a market steer, market animal show. And market character is where we're going to begin. And while these two heifers are in a similar weight range, the red heifer is truly a market heifer. She's more market ready, and it's the degree of finish she has that gives her a big advantage over the black heifer here today. And I think you see it in the extra body depth she's got. You know, her moderation and that body type has allowed her to perhaps be a little easier feeding and more efficient to this point. And when you lay your hands on them, big advantage in terms of degree of cover. And that should equate, hopefully, to some quality grade advantage as we study her and think about projecting her from a carcass merit standpoint. She's not the prettiest heifer we'll see all day. There's going to be longer, cleaner-necked cattle that maybe are a little more aesthetically appealing from the side, but she's functional and she has carcass potential, and that's why she wins this class. The black heifer is longer-bodied. She's a little more extended, neater up through her head and neck, and quite honestly, muscle is not a big difference in these two heifers. That heifer's a little bigger in her frame, a little shallower and tighter in her rib. Probably both heifers a little longer in their toe and foot shape than ideal, but that heifer just needs a little more time on feed to get up to the degree of cover we find in the red heifer. Good way to start off your market division, though, with a nice pair of very contrasting females. Give those two young ladies a hand as well.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 1, market heifers, Grace Stegall. In second, Emma Grace Paget. We're going to wait on Class 2 for a moment. Class 3 now entering the ring. Market heifers, Cooper Burgess of Blount County.
Well, nice single entry here, and really one that could use some additional competition and probably still find her way, you know, toward the top of classes. And beyond the fact that she's presented so nicely to us, I think there's a heifer that puts a lot of good things together in terms of getting to a heavier market weight, and just shows that in today's industry, even these heifers, we can push them to some heavier market weights perhaps than what we once could, because we've got the frame and the length the muscularity, and the right kind of feeding programs to do so and keep them in check compositionally. Because even right at 1,400, I think he said, that's by no means a heifer that's too fat. And I think she's actually rather uniform in her degree of finish. I would talk about her maybe a little more on the lean side than I ever would on the fat side. But stout boned, big-footed heifer, long-bodied, really extended and neat up front. She's got a nice turn and muscle shape right there over the edge of her loin, and got some power and width out of her upper hip and pin set. You know, a heifer, if we wanted to be a little critical of her, it's probably mostly on the move and the way she handles her top line and her loin and her tail head. I wish those things would stay together just a little nicer, but that's being pretty nitpicky. An excellent individual here. Very nice single entry. Look forward to having back in our champion drive for the market heifers.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 3, Cooper Burgess. Now entering the ring, Class 2 Market Heifers, Cabry Kellenbrink, Elmore County, and James Williamson, Escambia County.
Well, as the pair of heifers here pull to the profile, they're going to stay just like they stand. And the young lady's heifer up front is going to win this particular class. And, well, I'll be the first to tell you, I think both of these heifers need to have some more cover. Both of them are a little bare in the way they handle over their rib cage. The heifer that leads off the class has an obvious advantage here as you look at the two in just performance, length, and sheer muscle. And that's why she wins this class. Much thicker ended, more dimension through the stifle and lower portion of her quarter. A heifer that also, in this particular pair, while we could tweak them both a little structurally, she's significantly better in the way she handles her hind leg, the stoutness of her structure, the flex that she has down in her rear pastern is an edge here. Like we said, a little coarser, and one that's a little tight in her rib and a little harsh over that rib cage when you lay your hands on her, but just too much extra dimension and power to give her to not give her the nod in this particular pair. A nice balanced heifer when we get her at the stand is the yellow heifer in second. Her top line's good. She's really level out of her hips. She's still neat and attractive up through her front end. When we get her out on the move, she's a little tight and restricted off both ends of her skeleton. Maybe starts a little bit with some feet that could be reshaped. But the big thing in that heifer is just not nearly far enough along at this stage as a market show to give her a chance in this particular pair. She needs more time on feed for sure. Again, a nice pair there. Looking forward to a good champion drive here as we finish up this market division. Market heifers.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 2, the Market Heifers, Cabry Kellenbrink. In second, James Williamson. Now entering the ring for the Market Heifer Champion Drive from Class 001, MJ Flowers of Pike County. From Class 1, Grace Stegall, Marshall County. From Class 2, Cabry Kellenbrink of Elmore County. And from Class 3, Cooper Burgess of Blount County.
Well, guys, a great way to start off our morning, and looking forward to, I'm sure, some great steers yet to come. But this is your first championship of your show, and I think these young people deserve the credit. They put a ton of work in, just like everybody else as this project works throughout the course of a year. And if you would, give our market heifer exhibitors, we got a crowd starting to form. Give them a nice round of applause here before we talk about where your champion's going to be. You know, I think this is one of those decisions that we could sit here and probably logically justify a number of different things in the reserve slot. I think your champion is a slam dunk. It's pretty easy in this particular group, but I want you guys to know where I'm coming from and where we're going to continue to work from through the course of the day. You know, and you know, as a market animal, first and foremost, as we come out here, I need these cattle to be far enough along in terms of degree of cover that I think they have an ample shot of hopefully reaching into the choice grade. I think they have to have enough muscularity and be into some weight ranges, you know, and that might vary a little bit from animal to animal and from heifer to steer, but at least into some weight ranges that we deem acceptable as an industry. And, you know, I think sometimes we lose sight of that. We chase a blue ribbon, or we chase you know, things in the show ring, and we forget that these are animals that still need to represent hopefully what we're doing as a beef cattle industry. Does that mean I don't want them to look like show cattle? Of course not. You know, but we're going to put our first emphasis on those market traits, and then hopefully we can build those extras in the way of show ring appeal and balance, you know, all of those things on top of it. What's neat about this group is we kind of see all areas of that spectrum. What I see in this first class winner is one of the two attractive show cattle that's out here in the lineup. And if this was a prospect show, I would tell you you'd have a great opportunity to be, you know, champion or reserve in a prospect division. Your heifer is too light, too small, not far enough along for me to call her a market animal yet. I love her balance. I love her structure, probably as well as anything that's in this lineup. And I want you to know what I appreciate in your heifer, but also to realize, as we call this a market show, she's not at a weight or a degree of fat cover yet that I can consider her, you know, in contention. I hope you appreciate what I see in your heifer, because I think she's incredibly good. But she's not a market heifer yet. To me, she's more of a prospect still. You know, we get more into market type cattle working our way back then. You know, and I'll talk about this second class winner. You know, maybe if your, you know, first emphasis is trying to find the showiest one, the prettiest one, well, you're probably not going to immediately be drawn to the red heifer. But I hope you can see the good in her still. Sound structured, great bodied. She is actually the fattest heifer in this particular group, and not in a bad sense. She's not too fat. She is where she needs to be in terms of degree of finish, and I very, very much appreciate that. She's not overwhelmingly muscular. The heifer behind her's got more muscle shape, but that heifer's more market ready in terms of her degree of cover, and she's, even though she's a little frailer boned, she's still very sound in the way she gets out and travels the ring. Practical is a word that I would use to describe that heifer, and I think it fits her quite well. The heifer behind her is probably the most muscular heifer in this lineup. She's got the most expressive shape down her top. She's got the most turn and expression and shape through her quarter. To me, as you back off that heifer, she's a little too tubular, a little too shallow in her body type. And to me, the biggest issue, you know, even though she may weigh a little more than that heifer in front of her, for example, she is actually the single barest finished animal that's out here in this lineup. Even that little lightweight heifer down there has got a little more finish on her, fat cover on her, than this heifer does over her rib cage. That's probably my biggest challenge with her is even at one of the heavier weights in here, she still needs to have more fat cover on her. She needs to be pushed along probably a little further to get to her ideal endpoint. So 3 very different cattle. Show animal, not a market animal. Very good market animal, probably needs to have a little more look. A very muscular animal, that we tweak in terms of her structure a touch and mainly make her more market ready. And then you get to come down here and find one that puts all of those things into one package. Congratulations. That'll be an easy champion in this particular division as we bring that black heifer out. She's the one that puts all of those things together that we hope to find in those other three. And to me, guys, even though they're very different, I got to stick to my guns and say, hey, I'm going for the best market animal. And then if they look like a show animal on top of that, that's awesome. The next best market animal's right here. The red heifer will be reserved. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Your champion market heifer comes from Class 3, Cooper Burgess. Your reserve from Class 1, Grace Stegall. If you'll put your hands together, we're going to have a couple comments from the SLE President, Linwood McLean, and SLE President-elect, Galen Grace.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. We're just proud to have y'all out here on behalf of the SLE. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. All of our folks are excited to have you and see all these kids competing. And we're just want y'all to know this is why we do what we do and why we have a rodeo, so we can keep giving y'all opportunities to have these classes and these shows. I want to recognize Galen Grace, our president-elect. He's going to talk to you a little bit about what we're doing.
Thank you, Linwood. One of the things I'd like to do is explain to you how SLE started and why it was started in 1958. Lead up. There was a group of gentlemen in the cattle business and horse business that wanted to have a program to support youth in livestock and agriculture. And what they did, they pooled their money together and they started, and they needed a name, and it was Southeastern Livestock Expo. The mission statement basically says that all the money raised goes to support youth. We have 150 members that pay to do this, to be a member, to put these programs on. That's the reason we all spend our time out here. I'm not saying that for y'all to feel sorry for us. That's how much we believe in these kids. So the changes that have been made were to get more ticket sales, more things to do to raise money for these programs. Sponsorships. We work hard to get sponsorships, so we'll have money to do that. We have started this year a scholarship program. We've had some auctions and some ways to have a little funding. So if you come to the rodeo, each of the performances, some of the kids will come in to get their scholarship. We're giving 13 $1,000 scholarships. Now, none of this could be done without ticket sales. Rear ends in these seats is what keeps this going. So we made some changes. The committee here made some changes so we could do some other things to do that. We appreciate your support, and if there's anything we can do to better, let us know. We're willing to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Linwood and Galen and all the folks of the SLE. Galen's memorable voice has also been the voice of the Junior Beef Expo for the past several decades. He just turned 35. Now entering the ring, Class 4, the market show, the AOB, Zaylor Gordy of Randolph County and Mason Smith of Marshall County. In the ring now, Class 4.
We can stop them right there, guys. Perfect. Nice pair of steers, but very different. I think it's obvious, just frame score difference, length of body difference in those cattle. And maybe in some ways you wish you could blend some parts of the two of them to get you, one calf that put everything together. But it's still obvious to me which way this pair needs to go. And we're going to start with the young man, the cowboy hat there. I think that calf obviously just has an advantage in show ring appeal and presence. But to me, it's some of the other differences that help to sort this pair. When you get right up on top of them, that calf's got just more spread, more natural width and dimension. I think both of these cattle are very much in an acceptable degree of finish. This calf's going to have a little bit of a cutability edge. He's a little leaner to the touch, and he's definitely better footed. His shape of his feet is better. Not going to say he moves perfect. Throws his hind leg outside himself just a touch as he goes, but he's a little better at his foundation, a little better, more correct shape to that foot. So, those things kind of give him an edge and a very contrasting pair. What I like about the young man steer here in second, that one's deeper bodied, a little more moderate framed. He's got such a good, easy feeding look about him, and he handles accordingly. He's a little fatter than the steer that leads off. They're both acceptable, but this steer might have a little better quality grade potential long term than the steer that wins the class. He's a little flatter in his general makeup, needs a little more muscle shape from directly behind, and just a little uncoordinated in the way he travels off of both ends of his structure. But two very nice cattle there in our AOB division to start things off. Look forward to having them back here as we pick a champion.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 4, the AOB, Mason Smith. In second, Zaylor Gordy. Now entering the ring for Class 5, Dakota DeBose of Escambia County.
Well, another single entry here, and guys, I love that this young man brings us this calf and allows us to reflect a little bit on where we are as an industry today. And that guy's a load. He weighed 1690, I think he said. And guys, what's interesting is, we'll see him here in a second. That's a 1,690-pound calf that is not huge in his frame necessarily. I will guarantee you, we get that black steer back out here in a second, that one's probably taller than this steer is. This steer's just got mass to him. Everywhere you study him, he's got mass. There was certainly a day that if you brought us a 1,690-pound steer, we'd say, well, that's completely out of bounds on weight. Maybe for some of you that are, more casual, at coming and seeing steer shows might still think that. If you know where our industry is today, most of our packing facilities are not docking any carcasses that are lighter, or that are heavier than the cutoff point, I should say, is about 1,100 pounds. Either 1,100, some have pushed to 1,150. You do the math there, this calf will still be acceptable from a carcass weight standpoint in our industry. So, that's, I think, important for us to understand. What's interesting about this steer, I think a lot of people would have a tendency to say, well, he weighs 1,700, he must be entirely too fat. That steer's not that fat. He's actually got the right kind of cover on him. And he's got some muscle and substance. I think from a carcass perspective, I think that's a calf that, if he's got enough genetic potential for marbling, then hopefully he can have some carcass merit. The biggest challenge for me as I look at that calf, he's got some ear influence, obviously. I don't know if he was a late cut or something, but he's a little too staggy looking up through his head, the crest of his neck. Some things that I'd sure like to change in him that I hope don't negatively affect him from a carcass perspective, but a calf that has got a lot of good in him in terms of growth and power and substance and degree of cover. His feet are a little longer than ideal. He needs to be changed a little at the ground, but a good one to just talk about and where he lies in our industry today. Nice single entry, and look forward to comparing him to another couple of good steers in this division.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 5 of the AOB Market Cattle, Dakota DuBose, Escambia County. Now entering the ring for the AOB division of the market show, from Class 4, Mason Smith. From Class 5, Dakota DuBose.
We got a second place steer, or at least given an opportunity to, you know, and please guys, these guys work hard enough back here as it is to try to keep things moving. We want to give everybody ample opportunity, but got to be here and ready when your time is time to go. So, you know, nice pair of class winners. I think it's obvious, you know, these are cattle that are both heavyweight. They're both cattle, you know, that have some market readiness to them, and one of them clear looks like the show steer beyond that. And just like we said in those market heifers, we're going to start with the things that matter most, but once we get to that level of good, strong carcass merit, hey, I like one that's got quality and balance and some extras to go with that. It's a no-brainer here in this division. Your champion's obvious to me. The black steer up front will be your winner. Give that young man a nice round of applause if you would.
Your champion for the AOB comes from Class 4, Mason Smith.
You know, we just have the two of them that then are eligible, I guess, here for champion and reserve. We didn't get that other calf back, but again, a steer that I appreciate what he represents and some things that we are accepting in today's industry that might be new to some. Big heavyweight, good growing calf that's got a lot of potential product in him. Give that young guy a round of applause as well with our reserve AOB.
Your reserve comes from Class 5, Dakota DeBose. Now entering the ring for Class 6 of the Key Division, sponsored by Southern Style Barns, Mackenzie Hornbuckle of Morgan County, Sarah Beth Faust of Blount County. In the ring now is the Key Division.
Well, guys, these are only two key steers, and you know, we're going to talk it as a champion drive. I think those two deserve that because these are the two highest quality individuals we've had in one class together to this point in the show. So, you know, as we study these two cattle, I'll just talk them individually first, and then tell you which one will be our champion in the key division. The gray steer up front, first of all, both cattle presented to us to the nines here. A neat look to that guy, and as we get him parked, his spine, his top line, those things all stay together really, really nice in this calf. He's got a nice shape over his top. I don't know if he's got quite the same spread of muscle up high, and especially out of his upper hip that the black calf has, but he's still got a nice turn, a nice expressive shape. You know, if we say comparatively, where are the advantages? When that guy gets in motion, he probably relaxes just a little better right in behind his shoulder and in his top line, just stays a little more collected down his top in motion than does the black steer. A little greener yet, a calf that I think, you know, as much as I like him today, that's a calf that could still probably go another 100 pounds and bulk up more and get a little further along, you know, cover-wise. The black steer, again, presented to us awesome, and I know he's not loving being shown out here, but that's a good steer, guys. And again, if you want to know the comparative advantages, I've alluded to them just a little bit already. He is a little further along. You lay your hands on him. He's a little mellower to the touch than the calf in front of him, a calf that as you get your hands down his back, he spreads more width, more mass, and I think he maintains that back through his upper hip. Maybe both cattle could extend a little more shape down through the base of their quarter. This guy's really nice in the way he plants and goes at the ground. At times, he does get a little off in his top line when he's moving. And I don't know what we got going on exactly there from his sheath back, but I'd like to maybe clean him up just a little bit there. But that's the steer that to me is, you know, in a better window in terms of degree of finish, coupled with that muscle in a pair of steers that are both really, really good looking. Black steer is going to be our champion key. The gray steer will be reserved. Congratulations to both young ladies.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 6 in the key division, Sarah Beth Faust. In second, Mackenzie Hornbuckle. We'd like to thank Southern Style Barns for sponsoring the key division. Now entering the ring for Class 7, the Charolais division, sponsored by 2 Mile Cattle Company, Emma King Armstrong of Dale County, Easton Elrod of Coleman County, and Calleray Childers of Morgan County. In the ring now, the Charolais division.
Well, guys, we just have one Charolais influence class as well. So this is a championship drive, and we'll do just like we did on those keys and just talk about the cattle and the things that I see in them, and then we'll tell you where we'll land for champion. But as we work our way down the lineup, start with this gold calf up front. In terms of muscle, that's the freshest topped, most expressively shaped calf that's in this lineup. He's got a really, really nice turn up high. He's got a really expressive shape to the edge of his loin. I think as you lay your hands on him, he's in a good spot. He's not the fattest steer that's out here, but I think all of them are very acceptable in that regard. I think a calf, though, that you have to appreciate the composition of that steer, and in particular the muscle shape. Now, what's going to make this challenging is that I will tell you, I think all three steers in this group have enough muscle. And when your calf gets out on the lead, that's where we have some struggles. His hip and his hind leg just aren't nearly sound enough. The way he plants down in that rear pastern, he really buckles forward, and he's never comfortable enough when we get him out in motion. I like a lot about that calf. I just wish we could get him out and make him go a little sounder for us. The dark gray steer that stands in the middle of the lineup. Tremendous length of body, really, really stout in terms of his structure. A calf, as we've already alluded to, I think all three of these steers have plenty of muscle in them, and he certainly is that. A calf that's maybe just a little mature, a little staler in his general look. He's a little mature-headed, a calf that, sucks up just a little bit in his flank, his rear rib and flank. A calf that I actually watch at the ground, and I think he flexes good enough. There are times he just wants to pull his top line just a little up when he's out in motion, but I love his length. I love his stoutness of structure, maybe an edge and flexibility and correctness at the ground versus that calf right in front of him. Just wish we could drop him a little in his body and just freshen his look up in general just a bit. No question, the one you love here from the side is the final calf in the lineup. And, it starts, even though, his front feet might go a little east and west, that's by some margin the best moving, the most comfortable steer that we've got in this lineup, and the way he handles his top line, his tail head, his hip, his hind leg. I think a huge, huge advantage to this guy. A calf that, as we said, presented beautifully, and it just enhances all of those balance things that you already like in that steer. You lay your hands on him, he's probably the mellowest calf in terms of fat cover as you get over his rib cage of the trio that's in here. And I'll also tell you, I think he is, he's the lightest muscled steer of these three. I don't think there's any question about that. I wish he had just a little more aggressive shape and more expression right behind his shoulder, even in his quarter a little bit. But I think we've already mentioned, and I said it right from the get-go, I don't think muscle is the biggest factor or difference in this particular group. I think it's important to recognize the differences that happen to be there in a comparative sense. But if you want to tell me that steer doesn't have enough muscle in this particular division, I would argue with that. I think his quality, his balance, his structure, and all of those things are so dominant in this particular lineup. I think he's an easy champion. Go ahead and bring that calf on out. That's going to be our champion here in the Charolais division. Give that young lady a nice round of applause. I think a calf that finds its way to the forefront pretty quickly. We're going to follow up with that dark gray steer right there in front of her to be your reserve Charolais. But give all three exhibitors a nice round of applause. Good breed division there.
Thank you, Judge. Your champion, Charolais. Callie Ray Childers from Morgan County. Your reserve, Easton Elrod of Coleman County. Just a reminder, if you've got folks at home or if you'd like to watch it in the barns as you're getting your calves ready, the live stream is available at juniorlivestockexpo.com. That's jrlivestockexpo.com. In the ring now, Class A to the Maintainer Division, Mason Smith of Marshall County. This class sponsored by Flex Film Plus. We'd also like to let you know that Fire Meets Wood is outside the Coliseum. They'll have some food out there. They open at 10:30. Fire Meets Wood outside the Coliseum. Opens at 10:30.
Just a single entry and an automatic breed winner, I think, here, but certainly one that could have used some competition. That's a good market steer, guys. Big top, thick-ended, handles right. I think degree of covers right on target for his weight. A calf that really puts a lot of potential carcass merit together into a pretty good package. Get him stopped, and he's presented so nicely. His lines are good, that he's still got eye appeal and balance from the side. No question, to me, his biggest challenge is when we set him out on the lead. He's just a little too straight off of both ends of his structure. Might even start a little bit with a foot shape that could be, reconstructed just a little bit. But a power steer that's certainly got a good handle on the money here for us in terms of composition. Just sure him up a little in his structure, and we'd have a pretty big time when there. Good job, guys.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 8, the Maintainer Division, Mason Smith. That class sponsored by Flex Film Plus. Now entering the ring for Class 9, the Crossbred Division Feeder Class, Libby Bell of Houston County.
Well, just a single entry as we start here. I guess a feeder division in your crossbreds, and a calf that obviously is a long way from an ideal market endpoint from a weight and finish standpoint, but a calf that's got some positives in him, and you look at him right there directly behind his shoulder. He's actually got a very nice shape to him. I think the angles of his structure are on target. He just needs to be, probably changed a little in the shape of those feet, the length of those toes, square him up a little bit at the ground, but a calf that still gets out and takes a long enough stride and stays collected in motion. A nice way to start off your crossbred division there with a feeder calf. Give that young lady a nice round of applause there on a single entry.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 9, the feeder class, Libby Bell. Now entering the ring for Class 10, Emma Grace Padgett of Conecuh County, Luke Meadows of Houston County, and Emma Grace Padgett of Conecuh County. In the ring now, Class 10.
Well, nice trio of cattle here. We're still in a very lightweight division, guys. And, you know, I mentioned it earlier, started in those market heifers and said, hey, I really want to make these market cattle first, and then we'll work from there. This is probably one of those decisions, while we could sit here and argue who has a little more finish or a little more fat cover than the other, none of these cattle are still to a market readiness perspective at all. You know, so I think this, to me, as I look at this class, it's a more of a prospect type of class than it is a market animal class. And with that said, I think by some margin, the highest quality individual with the most muscle shape is the white-legged steer that's up front here. He's balances out really nice. He's really expressive and shapely up high and all the way back through his hip. A calf that's got a big muscle advantage amongst this trio. He's a little up on those front toes and a little tight and short-strided. I'd like to shore his structure up to be ideal, but a calf that I think pretty handily needs to start off this particular class. You know, 2 and 3, to me, you got some give and take here. And I guess, you know, before you lay your hands on them, I think maybe it turns out a little different than maybe your initial impression. There's definitely more frame, more length of body. You know, in our second place calf, I like the strength that he's got down his top line. He also has a little more muscle there to the edge of his loin. I thought maybe the third steer was going to be a little further along finish-wise, but as you lay your hands on him, it's really not a difference between those two in that regard, or even amongst all three of them in that matter. And I like that extra length. I like that extra strength that this calf's got in second, especially as you view him behind his shoulder and all the way back out of his hip. Now, our third steer is a little more moderate framed. I like his depth of body. And as we said, maybe that extra brisket made you think, this guy's maybe a little further along finish-wise. He's still plenty bare over his rib cage as well. A little shorter everywhere you study him. Definitely would like to change his feet a little bit as well. But a really nice way to get into this lightweight class, a good class winner, and a nice pair of steers here to compare in second and third.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 10, Luke Meadows of Houston County. In second and third, Emma Grace Paget, Conecuh County. Now entering the ring, Class 11 of Crossbred calves, Jace Goggin, Monroe County, Jackson Johnson, Monroe County, and James Williamson, Escambia County. In the ring now, Class 11.
Again, a nice trio of steers here, and you know, I think second and third very close, very close, and subtle differences between those two. I think a pretty obvious place though to get started in this particular group, and you know, a calf that obviously has a weight advantage in this particular trio, but to be honest with you, even if those three cattle were exactly the same size and same weight, he'd still win the class, because I think structurally he's got a big advantage in the way that he plants and goes off of his hind leg. He is the most muscular calf, you know, from front to rear, and because he's further along, the extra big advantage that he possesses is just that he's in a more acceptable degree of fat cover than anything else that's out here. So a pretty easy outlier amongst this trio of steers to win. Now it becomes a decision on second and third, and I think those two steers are very close. And you know, only 5 pounds apart or something, so obviously it's not you know, a weight difference one way or the other. What I see between that pair of steers, when we lay our hands on them, that's really where I like the black steer here that's going to end up second. I thought his degree of cover, his uniformity of finish was a little more ideal, and he's a nickel more expressive and bolder in the turn of muscle that he's got over his rib and loin. From a balance standpoint, he remains just a little leveler as you come out of his rump structure versus the blue roan steer we'll talk here in a second. Now, where would I change that guy? I think, first of all, the shape of his rear feet are a little long and narrow. Because of it, he doesn't plant quite as comfortably at the ground as what we might like. And the blue roan steer is a little deeper sided. You know, I like that about him. That's what made it close. He's got such a nice soft hair coat that he balances, and he's so smooth when we think of that blue roan calf. When the blue roan gets in motion, his hind leg kind of curls up under him, and he gets a little round in that rump structure. I'd like to change him there. He's just a little open and off in the way he handles over his last couple of ribs. So trio of nice cattle, one easy winner there at the top end, and two steers that offer some give and take there, second and third. Congratulations to those three exhibitors. Good job.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 11, James Williamson. In second, Jace Goggin. In third, Jackson Johnson. Now entering the ring, Class 12, Crossbreds, Mary Grace Jeffers, Coffee County. Garrett Volman, Monroe County. Cam Crawford, Escambia County. And Emmeline Coleman of Escambia County. Just a reminder, if you've got folks at home that would like to tune into the show, they can find the live stream for the Junior Beef Expo and the Junior Swine Expo at jrlivestockexpo.com.
Well, another nice class here, and I think a pair of steers that need to stay up to the top because, you know, they represent just a little better combination of traits compared to the final two steers. You know, but once we get them together, I'm still rather comfortable in the way that this pair needs to go, you know, even though there's a little give and take between them. I like the body shape and the depth of rib and just the easy feeding look that our class winner has. And sure enough, when you get your hands on him, he handles accordingly. He is much, much better in the way he comes over his last couple ribs in terms of extra finish for a market steer. These are cattle that are interesting in their structure. I'd like to modify some things in both of them. This steer's got a little extra set to his hind leg and needs to handle his pastern a little bit different. But when we get him on the move, he's much more comfortable in the way he handles his top line and stays together up high than our second place steer is. So I don't know that we can say one of them's sounder than the other. They're just a little different in the structural positives and flaws that they bring to the table. And the way that guy combines an extra degree of finish and depth and boldness to his rib with that width and thickness he's got through his rear quarter, I think that gives him an edge here in this particular pair. Now the steer in second, I like his cleanliness and length up front. When we get him stopped, I think you could argue maybe he's a little more attractive from the profile. When we get him on the move, that's when his back starts to roll up a little too much and he doesn't look quite as comfortable as balanced in that regard. But a steer that's got a really nice muscle shape to him, that's his advantage over the third place steer. I like the thickness, the natural width that he's got, but I wish he'd handle his spine a little different, and he's not quite as far along finish-wise as that winner. 3 and 4 are different as well. Here's another moderate, deep-bodied steer that I think's got some quality grade potential. Aside from our class winner, he's probably the next softest to the touch, mellowest to the touch. He needs more muscle shape. He needs to be a little thicker back through his rump and hind quarter. He needs to have more muscle dimension to get around that top pair. But a calf that I like his practicality, his depth, and his degree of cover here in the final decision. The Baldy steer, he's longer bodied, he's more extended up through his front end, a steer that actually moves pretty comfortably, even though I'd like to change his feet. He needed a kind of a hoof trim in here probably before we came to town, would help him a little bit. But a calf that as we get our hands on him, because he's a little bigger framed, a little longer at this weight, he's not quite as far along finish-wise as the cattle that are in front of him here today. Again, an excellent class there. Nice group of young people and a good set of cattle top to bottom. Congratulations to all of them.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 12, Emmeline Coleman. In second, Mary Grace Jeffers. Third, Cam Crawford. And fourth, Garrett Bowman. Now entering the ring for Class 13 of the Crossbred Market Animals. Fountain Pitts, Conecuh County. Caitlin Horn, Autauga County. Judson Horn, Autauga County. Ty Harrison, Coleman County. Greer Jones, Pike County. Braley Selzer, Monroe County. And Toby Selzer of Monroe County. In the ring now, Class 13 of the Crossbreds.
Well, guys, a little bigger class and the depth of this class, very nice. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause here in our Crossbred division. Very nice set of cattle. You know, with that said, I think a pair of steers that very easily surface in this particular class, but you know, even when we get them together, while I do think they're both very, very nice, I think they just fall into place. I think the black steer, you know, is a pretty logical place to start, and you know, both of these cattle balance up nice. You know, this one that wins the class does it just with more general spread and width all the way through, and you can see it even before you lay your hands on him. That guy is bigger over his rib cage. He comes back with more width out of his hip. When he goes away from you, he's got more base width, more thickness through the lower portion of his quarter. A boxy kind of calf that's got a neat look, you know, a little more pop to his hair today too, and that probably enhances that square, more powerful build that he's got to begin with. Not perfect in the way he comes out of his front end structurally, can get just a little up on those toes, but I think certainly two steers that are both very, very acceptable from a structure standpoint, and that is hands down the advantage they have over a calf we'll talk in third here in just a second. I like the smooth look of this gold steer, though. He's a nickel longer bodied than the calf that wins. I like his extension up front. He's very smooth in the way he blends into his shoulder. His lower body is very uniform in terms of depth as well. So while he's maybe not quite as striking as that winner, I would argue he is equally as good balanced. You know, a calf, as we've alluded to, the difference to me, you watch him go directly away from you. That guy funnels just a bit too much through the lower portion of his quarter and gets a nickel base narrow as he goes. Two very, very good cattle there at the top end. You know, this steer in third, he's got enough muscle to play, no question about that. He's thick-ended, he's powerful, a little mature in his head for me. If you start at the ground, the shape and length of those rear toes needs to be better. And when he walks away from you, man, those hind legs get way too far outside of his body cavity. I like to sit him down truer and better at the ground and just freshen him up a touch. But a power steer that's still presented to us very, very nicely out here. I like that calf, and the pieces he's got just doesn't come together in quite as complete a package as that top pair. The gray steer is going to get an edge in muscle over the next couple of cattle behind him, and I think he's still adequate in degree of finish. He surprised me. I thought he might be a little bare, and he needs a little more, but he's got more on him than I probably initially anticipated. I like his length. I like his expression of muscle. He's a calf that can get a little off in his spine, his loin, and his top, his tail head. When we get him out in motion, just doesn't stay quite as collected as he needs to. Just a little rawer in his general look, but a calf that you like the length, you like the power and muscle he's got. Guys, one of my favorite steers to lay my hands on in this class is the black calf that comes next. He is truly as uniform and as mellow and as good to the touch in terms of finish as any steer that's out here in this class. I appreciate how you fed that calf, and to me, he's got some carcass potential because of it. Now, a steer, as you get on top of him, in contrast to those cattle that are in front of you, he needs more muscle to go with that degree of finish. So that's the give and take you've got in a group of cattle in front of you that are probably all still have at least enough finish on them, and they're superior in terms of muscle. But I love the way this steer handles in his finish. He's functional enough in his structure. He's not the show steer of some of those in front of you, but he's a good practical steer. I like that about him. In fact, the calf behind him holds some similarities. He's just not quite as far along as that calf in front of him, and he doesn't stay together quite as well in motion. I still think he's got an edge, though, in quality grade potential versus our final calf, even though he gives up some balance and some look and bone to this final steer. Our last calf, if you want to move them up a notch or two and say, hey, that one looks more like a show steer, you know, quote unquote a show steer, I guess. I can see where you're coming from. He's got bone, he's got a little more hair, he's got some things that draw you in. As we started early in the day, to me, though, you got to start with market steer character. And that calf, I think, has some potential. But he really needs to be a couple pounds heavy, or excuse me, a couple 100 pounds heavier to be anywhere close to his end point. When I lay my hands on his ribs, he's really, really bare to the touch. He needs a lot more finish on him. I like his length. I like his structure. I like his bone. I like a lot of things about him. He's just not market ready yet, and that's why he rounds out the class for us. Again, an excellent lineup, pair of steers that are very nice there at the top end. Give those exhibitors one more big hand on one of our bigger classes of the day.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Crossbred Class 13, Ty Harrison. In second, Greer Jones. Third, Toby Seltzer. Four, Braley Seltzer. In fifth, Caitlin Horn. In sixth, Judson Horn. And seventh, Fountain Pitts. Now entering the ring for Class 14. From Escambia County, Loggins Williamson. Olivia Williamson, Escambia County. Joanna Johnson, Monroe County. Megan Crittenden of Elmore County. Emma King Armstrong of Dale County. Braley Seltzer of Monroe County. And Rayson Turberville of Monroe County. Just a reminder, if you're looking for something to eat, Fire Meets Wood is right outside the Coliseum. They opened at 10:30 this morning. If you're looking for something to eat, Fire Meets Wood is outside.
Well, very nice class again, guys, and some give and take here. And I got to share something, though. I like the way this young lady goes about things out here. She's done a great job for us. Could not exactly remember what that steer weighed, though, could we? We couldn't. But I learned something today. She could remember one number, right? You could remember what one of the numbers was. I'm going to start trying that. When people ask me how much I weigh, I'm going to say, I can't remember, but I know one of the numbers, okay? That's a good to live by. I like that. Thank you for teaching me something today. Great set of cattle out here, guys. I think an easy winner up front here. These are the two steers that strike you when you hit the ring. That's the steer that handles right to go with it, and he is so much mellower to the touch, way more cover over his last rib. I think part of it is that he's a little more moderate in terms of his size, and he's got a little more depth to the center part of his rib. As a result, he just handles significantly fuller over those last couple of ribs. Also like that steer structure. I think he's got an edge in that regard in the way he goes to the ground. Now, certainly the steer in second, you maybe at first glance say, well, then maybe that's the kind of calf that could win a class in here because of his presentation and just the striking nature of that steer. Really a good show steer look about him. Young lady's done a great job of sticking him and presenting him to give him a chance out here. He was probably a little disappointing to me when I did get into handle, not from a muscle standpoint. He's got enough muscle down his top, but when I handle over his rib cage, he's still rather bare for a steer that's in this weight range. He probably needs a little more time yet to get to his perfectly ideal end point, but a nice pair of steers that surface to the top, a little give and take, but one that's just more market ready, more on the money here today to win it. You know, this gray steer, I know he's been giving us fits out here. But he's a good market steer. He's deep, he's big-bodied, he's been fed well, and he handles accordingly. You know, he's a little awkward at the ground. The shape of his feet need to be changed a little bit, and he's not quite as attractive and neat up through his front end. We can go ahead and lead him on out. I think just a good fundamental steer, and his extra bulk, his extra performance is what gives him the edge over this next young lady's calf. This is a good steer. He's one of the lighter calves in the class, but I think he's got an edge, again, much like the calf we just talked about. We can go ahead and lead him out. I think he's so much sounder at the ground than the next steer is, and yet still has a good touch to him and some muscle shape that he needs to be kind of in this top 3 or 4 in this class. He's a little shorter, a little plainer up through his front end, and one that rounds out of his rump structure just a little bit and needs to balance differently, but a good market steer there in 4th as well. You know, here's a steer that maybe has a little more eye appeal to you. I like his length. I love his top line. He's a little leveler in his rump structure than that calf that's right there in front of him. He doesn't handle quite as uniform as the 2 steers that precede him in this class, and the biggest thing to me, he's really got to be changed at the ground. His foot shape and the way he plants to the ground isn't quite sound enough for this judge today, but a good calf. Again, this young lady's got a nice steer. We flipped these two, we get them in here together, and I think they're similar in terms of balance and structure that we could modify them. Got my hands on him one last time, and I think that calf's just a little fresher to the touch. He's one that's a little more uniform once again when we think about degree of cover. If you like the extra length of body, a little more growth in the gray calf that rounds things out for us, I certainly think that pair is extremely close. I think both steers have enough muscle content. That's a calf that just needs to be a little fuller in his fat indicators and handle the same over that last rib. Sound structured, good flexible skeleton in both of those cattle. I think a product of a very deep, very strong class there. Congratulations again to those exhibitors. Very nicely done.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 14, Brayley Seltzer. In second, Emma King Armstrong. Third, Joanna Johnson. In 4th, Loggins Williamson. In 5th, Racing Turberville. In 6th, Olivia Williamson. And 7th, Megan Crittenden. Now entering the ring for Class 15 to the Crossbreds, Carson Fallon of Blount County, Sarah Beth Faust, Blount County, Cabry Kellenbrink of Elmore, Jace Goggin of Monroe, and Mason Smith of Marshall. In the ring now, Class 15 of the Crossbreds.
Well, obviously, guys, a trio of very nice cattle, and you never know how it's quite going to shake out, but please don't go far with any one of these three steers. You know, at the end of the day, we're going to eventually, I'm going to pick a top 5 in this crossbred division. We're going to make sure, you know, if you want a true top 5 in your show, then I want to make sure we get you my 5 favorite, you know, and these are steers that are certainly in that discussion. So, you know, I know that the challenge or the most disheartening thing about a class like this is that somebody's got to be third. And, you know, I hope all of you know how much I like each of these 3 steers. They're all good cattle. I can share my thoughts and the differences and where I want to put my priority. Shake them up for a different judge, and they could go in a different order, and that's cool. That's a big part of why we do what we do. You get one person's opinion on one day, and you know, like it or dislike it, it's official. And I just hope we can all appreciate the work these young people do, the effort they do. It's not that has zero part of my decision. I appreciate all of you and the things that you've done to make these cattle look the part. So a trio of really good steers. Give them a nice round of applause if you would. All 3 of those cattle, heck, all 5 of them, very, very nice in their own right. Here's the differences I see. You know, the big advantage to me to our class winners, you get right up on top of them. There is the freshest, truest, biggest top steer out of this trio. He comes out of his back of his shoulder with the truest shape over his rib. I think he still handles plenty good over his rib cage. A calf that, because of that freshness, still has a strikingness to him from the side and a balance. Everything pieces together, you know, just right. A calf that I call certainly sound enough in his structure. There's times that he wants to rock that pastern the slightest little bit, and I'll be totally honest with you, I think the way we've done his back leg does not help his look and structure. I'd probably knock off half of that hair on the back side of it because it makes him look just a little awkward in the way he plants. I'm more of a bring me a natural fit job kind of person to begin with, but I don't know that it helps this one in terms of the way he views in his hind leg set and the way he goes to the ground. But to call him unsound would be just foolish. I think he's sure plenty sound enough in his structure. And man, that freshness, that turn up high, the handle he's got with the balance he's got, I think that's a surefire winner in this particular trio. The one I like the best at the ground is actually the steer in second. I like his feet. I like his pastern. I like the way he comes to the surface so comfortably and so nice in terms of length of stride and practicality in that regard. I also think he matches up with our class winner in the fact that he's a little more youthful headed, a little fresher, a little better in his chest and sternum and the way it stayed up in him compared to our third place steer. You know, as we get on this guy or want to discuss differences directly behind his shoulder, I'd probably give an advantage to both steers on either side of him and just pure width directly behind his shoulder blade over his rib. And then that guy, even though I love his structure down low, he gets just a little rounder in his rump, and his pin set just drops the slightest little bit when we get him out in motion. Those are differences in high-quality cattle, and that's what it boils down to. Very, very nice steer here in second. Young lady does a great job of sticking this calf in third, and, you know, he's just one of those that even the first time when he stepped in the ring, I was like, man, I wish maybe 30 days ago, 45 days ago, that guy was probably a little fresher headed, a little better chested, all things. And even when you lay your hands on him, he doesn't have that same just I'm at 12 o'clock feel that those steers in front of him have. Doesn't mean he's not a heck of a good steer. He is a heck of a good steer, and he is big boned and stout structured, and he's got, you know, plenty of dimension in him. Just comes to us in a little staler kind of look, a little more mature look, if you will, up through his head, neck, and chest. And I think he handles the same way. Even though he's got spread, he's not as expressive in the turn to his top, especially as that class winner, but really versus both of the 2 cattle that are preceding him. Great trio of steers, presented awesome to us in all cases. My congratulations to each of those 3 young people. The red steer is sounder than the gold steer to wrap things up. His top line, his hip, his hind leg, all of those things work more comfortably and stay together better. I wish that steer had a shot more muscle. He needs to be a little thicker back through his rear quarter and down to the ground to be competitive. But fundamentally, I think still a steer that handles with some finish. I like his length of body. I like his correctness. The gold steer maybe has a slight advantage in muscle shape. He's a little more dimensional as you study him up high. Man, just that way that top line goes up, the lack of comfort that he has on both ends of his structure in a class this good, that's enough to keep a muscular steer in fifth. Great class. Congratulations again. My compliments to all 5 young people on a super set of steers there.
Thank you, Judge. Winning class 15, Mason Smith. In second, Carson Fallon. In third, Sarah Beth Faust. In fifth, Cabry Kellenbrink. And fourth, Jace Goggin. And fifth, Kaylin Kellenbrink. Now entering the ring, class 16, Vivian Lou Thompson of Pike County. Toby Seltzer of Monroe County. Jesse Maples of Chambers County. Carson Fallon of Blount County. Tyson Burton of St. Clair County, and Ty Harrison of Coleman County. In the ring now, class 16 of the Crossbreds.
guys, another strong class. And yeah, go ahead and bring this fourth steer also, just pull in back there behind, because to only talk about three would be short, and you know, a fourth one that you go to a lot of places could win a lot of shows. So my congratulations to every exhibitor that's in this class as well. Really, really strong lineup. Give them all a big round of applause here before we get into discussion on these cattle. You know, as we get here on the top end, there's certainly some give and take in these, and you know, we're starting to push into some heavy weights, and guys, you know, again, it's one of those things. Just you know, they weigh what they weigh. Okay, there is no perfect weight, and it frustrates me sometimes when we think we got to try to outthink everybody, you know, and try to say what we think they should weigh or what we wish they weighed. They weigh what they weigh. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, 17 or 1570 or whatever it is, you know, is what the steer needs to weigh. If that's what they need to weigh, there's nothing wrong with that. I mentioned it. Heck, if you were watching earlier, I told you we had a 1,690-pound steer out here that I told you would not get docked in our industry today. You know, I'm not one that, you know, subscribes to the thought that there is a perfect weight. What I believe is there's a perfect weight for every animal. Their frame size, their muscle pattern, you know, all of those things are going to dictate whether certain cattle need to weigh 1,300, others need to weigh 1,500, and that's fine. You know, that's you can even see it in this lineup. Even though these cattle are, you know, in the same class today, they're different. They're different in weight. You know, and I'm gonna judge each for their individual merit. Now, these two don't come up because they're bigger. They come up because they're sounder. That's the difference between them, you know, and a couple of cattle behind them that are a little more moderate in their size. Now we can start to get into some differences. The Baldy steer, yeah, he's a little on the big side. I got to get on my tiptoes a little bit, but that's still a dang good steer. He's a calf that I think is a little smoother in the way all of his transitions happen than is the second place steer. Neck to shoulder, shoulder into his forerib. He's got a little more sweep to the center portion of that body. I probably like him at the ground truly the best of the entire class. And then when we lay our hands on him, he remains a little more uniform degree of finish-wise than the steer in second. That's the difference is, I think, just a good, complete, problem-free steer amongst really elite cattle in this lineup is that calf that leads off. As you come further back into his underline, maybe cuts up a little more than ideal back into that last piece of his flank, you know, but that's being pretty nitpicky. I think an excellent individual that leads off in a really strong class. There's a good calf behind him, too, and he matches up with him in terms of spread. You might even give him a slight advantage directly behind his shoulder. A calf, as we you know, study him from the side and we start to analyze some of those pieces we just mentioned, I think he caves in just a little bit right in his forerib relative to a little bulkier shoulder, so those transitions don't happen quite as smooth. Could plant him just a little squarer on those front feet. And you know, while I still think he's got an advantage in structure in the set of his knee and the way that he comes to the ground up front, there's times that guy will even lock that rear hock in just the slightest little bit. Love his length, love his power, still presented beautifully for us here today. Nice pair of steers there at the top end. I'll tell you, when this one hit the ring, I thought, man, this one's going to be a player for us. And if it wasn't for his knees and his front feet and the way he's made up there, I can still make a case for him. And he's still going to be a player here amongst five, finding our top five in this crossbred division, because he is so good in the way that he is made from that forerib back. Maybe my favorite in that regard. Just spine, top line, hip, hind leg, his uniformity of body depth. That's still a steer that you know, handles with plenty of dimension down his top. Again, maybe especially compared to the class winner, maybe not as uniform over his last rib. And he's obviously a little shorter couple, but that didn't bother me. That's not the reason you end up third. It all starts on those front toes and the way he's made in his knee and the way he travels out of his front end. That is the difference maker in three really good ones here at the top end. Young lady does a smoking job of getting him presented for us, and he's not easy to show because of the way he wants to stand on those front feet. but she does a great job of presenting them. Good trio there at the top end. Again, this is a really nice calf that stands fourth, and muscle is certainly where it needs to be on that guy too. He's big topped. He's got a square, big, wide pin set in him. Good shape. Probably as good an outward turn to his quarter as any steer in this top end. He just gets a little bit piecier, unfortunately. Can get a little soft in his top line. As you step in front of him, for as wide as he is back in his rump, unfortunately, he's about that wide through his shoulders too. I'd like to set those shoulders a little tighter into him, make him a little smoother in the way he transitions there, and maybe just strengthen the things in the way they come together in his top line. But mainly that structure and the boldness and the way he comes out of his front end is where I'd like to modify him. Young lady, you got a heck of a good steer. There are 4 awesome cattle in this class. Congratulations to her as well. Yeah, the final 2 cattle in this lineup, the black steer a little more moderate, and I think a little better over his last rib versus length of body that I like in the red and white calf that's really strong down his top line and takes a big long stride. There's give and take between those 2 cattle. I thought just a little more carcass potential in the black steer right in front of me. Young man's doing a great job, though, rounding things out. Appreciate him. That swelling on his knee, is there, but still moves just fine. Nice set of cattle, real strong on the top end. Give those exhibitors one more big round of applause. I think that's our final class of the crossbreds, and this is going to be a great champion drive.
Thank you, Judge. Winning class 16, Carson Fallon. In second, Ty Harrison. Third, Vivian Lou Thompson. In fourth, Jesse Maples. In fifth, Tyson Burton. And sixth, Toby Seltzer. We'll take just a moment and get ready for the Crossbred Champion Drive. Now entering the ring, your Crossbred Champion Drive. From Class 10, Luke Meadows. From Class 11, James Williamson. From Class 12, Emmeline Coleman. From Class 13, Ty Harrison. From Class 14, Brayley Seltzer. From Class 15, Mason Smith. And from Class 16, Carson Fallon. In the ring now is your Crossbred Champion Drive. Attention spectators ringside. Please move closer to the fence to leave plenty of room for calf lineup. They're having a little bit of trouble getting calves lined up and through. So if you're on the arena floor, please move closer to the fence. Thank you very much.
Well, guys, what a great crossbred division, and I know we've got a bunch of class winners out here. But before we even get to that championship decision, the effort, the time, the financial resources it takes to just get to this point, I understand it. I appreciate it. We've got cattle in the show barn at home, and it is a labor of love, and I appreciate what you as families, as breeders of these cattle to begin with, but traders and some of those that help to eventually get them in the hands of great young people. It's just an honor to come out here and share my thoughts with you in what has been an exceptional crossbred division. This has really, really been strong. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause, if you would, on an excellent set of cattle. As we got to about like that fourth class, if you remember, there's a yellow calf that stood second to this steer rounding right now. I thought, man, the heat's starting to turn up. We've got a nice set in the top end of that still lighter weight cattle, but I thought, well, we're getting all right. And then we got to those final two classes, and it really, really cranked up on us. And, 7 total steers in those classes, top 3 in one class, top 4 in another, that I think can be competitive in a lot of places. And I appreciate the depth of this show, the quality of this show. But I think it'd be foolish to say it doesn't come down to what is in these final two classes, not only for your champion and reserve, but to think about that top 5. And even when it's said and done, we just said there's 7 of them. There's going to be 2 of them that get left out of the money in this top 5 of the crossbred division, and yet you came here to Montgomery with a steer that I hope you were expecting to be competitive, because you deserve to think so. Those were 7 incredibly good steers. And, at the end of the day, guys, and I'll probably mention something similar to this in a grand drive, but, I have an appreciation what you're doing. I hope you can also appreciate what this person out in the middle of the ring, has to do. And we're on an island, so to speak, and to our own thoughts. And, at the end of the day, all we can do is give you our opinion of the cattle and ask that you appreciate and respect that. And as parents, leaders, breeders, whoever is out here, you came here rooting for somebody, as you should. And when my son and daughter enter the show ring, I get a little blind myself. And we put so much work and effort into it that if you didn't come here rooting for your own, then there's not much point in doing this. And I appreciate that. I hope, that you continue to do that. But at the same token, as you walk out of this ring, I hope we're all appreciative that everybody puts work and time and effort and money into it. We can shake one another's hands and say, you know what, I'm going to come get you next time, because we're going to keep working at it. But this has really been fun. I think my ring help and those guys have had them ready. One thing I like, we haven't had huge numbers, and I think it's important that you just share every thought that you have about every individual animal. And then we can walk away and say, you know what, I would have done it the other way, but I saw what he saw, and I can appreciate that. So as we get down, we're just going to talk these 2 steers here at the end, because that's what it boils down to. And you can make your decision in the place you want to make it, because it comes down to 1 or 2 little things. they're both exceptional cattle. And if we think, you know, back to their classes, just getting out here in the championship drive means they're exceptional cattle. To talk about the Brockle Face calf here first, directly in front of me. If you like him to win, it's because he's maybe just between two big cattle. They're both big. You know, he's maybe a tick more conservative in his size. I think he's just a little more aggressive directly behind his shoulder. Both of those have fresh, big, deep, good loin edges in them. At this big and heavy a weight, I appreciate that about him. You know, this is a calf that's maybe just a little higher in his pin set as you come all the way out of his hip. Those are probably the subtle advantages I see in him. As we go to the final steer, the Baldy steer, what are the advantages I see in him? Man, this guy has just got a head carriage and an extension up front, you know, that is really, really striking. I love the way that neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. He's a little cleaner right there at the base of his neck. I think he's the best footed steer, and the way he plants on that rear pastern is a slight advantage over the calf that's right there in front of him. You know, if we nitpick the two of them, I think where you find the slight advantage is because that might be the slight place you pick on each of them. So, you know, that's the give and take that I see between two really, really good steers that have presented incredibly to us here today. You know, those are cattle that I think can go either way. I think you see why I see that. You know, when it boils down to it, guys, I think if you've watched me judge very many times, you know, I have a tendency, you know, to lean a certain way when it's that close. And I'm always one that builds off of structure. That's where I'm going to make my final call here. But that's a pair of awesome steers. The Baldy back here is going to be your champion. Congratulations to that young guy.
Your champion comes from Class 16, Carson Fallon. Ty Harrison, please join us in the ring.
Bring that second place steer in, and again, one that pulls right into contention. And now we probably have, you know, a pair of steers, you know, that share some similarities once again and are in contention, you know, but the freshness, the turn of muscle. And then, as we mentioned, one thing that I still think this steer holds versus the steer behind him is just those transitions and the way those pieces blend together. Too close to split them up. I thought it was splitting hairs to find your champion. Young guy right here will have reserve cross. Good job.
Your reserve crossbred comes from Class 15, Mason Smith.
Again, guys, I'm going to put the mic down and we'll just work through 3, 4, 5. But again, to all of these exhibitors in the crossbreds, my compliments. It's been a great, great breed show to work through. And we got a couple more to get to before the grand drive, but this has been deep and certainly a deserving set of young people that need one more round of applause. Give them another round of applause, and we'll just quickly pick 3, 4, and 5 here for you.
Your third overall in the crossbreds, Ty Harrison. 4th overall, Lulu Thompson. We will take a 15-minute pause following the steers. We have one more division before the champion drive. Fifth overall is Jesse Maples for the Crossbred division. We will take, like I said, a 15-minute break following the steer champion drive. We have AOB American coming up, followed by AOB British. Just a reminder, if you've got someone at home or if you're in the barns and you'd like to watch the show on the live stream, you can find that at jrlivestockexpo.com. That's jrlivestockexpo.com. Entering the ring now for the AOB American division, a single entry, Olivia Miller of Etowah County.
Just a single entry here, your American AOB, but a good baldy steer. And, you know, if you think back through the course of the day, here's a calf. Reminds me a lot in type to our reserve champion market heifer. And I would explain him exactly the same way as I did that heifer earlier in the day. Just very practical, deep-bodied, easy feeding, sound structured, handles accordingly, finishes right where it needs to be, very uniform in degree of cover. You know, not one that blows you away with muscle, but I think is adequate in terms of muscle for just a good commercial type of market steer. Fundamentally, I think just a lot of good in that calf. Maybe not some of the bells and whistles we see in some of those show steer types, but fundamentally, I think a very, very good steer there to win this division. Congratulations, that young lady, on a good American influenced calf.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 17, AOB American, Olivia Miller. Now entering the ring, start the AOB British division, Caleb Cook and John Matthew Carnley.
Well, nice pair of steers here. Cattle that a little like we've seen in some of the lighter weight classes earlier. Probably in an ideal world, we'd like to see both of these steers a little heavier in weight and further along, you know, to really reference them as market cattle. Still an advantage in that regard in the yellow calf versus the darker red steer behind him. A length and weight favors him. Muscle volume favors him as a result. But to me, two biggest advantages, still a little further along finish-wise, that guy, versus the red calf. And he handles his hind leg with more flex and more give. I'd like to see that steer a little deeper through his midsection. And he's a little shallow, just a little tubular in his rib cage. I'd like to see him a little deeper and softer there in his midrib, but a calf that I think structurally and product potential today both favor him. A little boxier, shorter bodied kind of steer in the darker calf behind him. He does have an advantage in depth of side as we study him here from the side. Still a steer that's got enough muscle dimension for sure. He's a lighter weight kind of calf that needs more time on feed to really promote him as a market steer yet, but a calf that I think proportions well, he balances well, he's got plenty of muscle. When we get him out on the lead, maybe just a little awkward in the way that he travels off of his hind leg. But that's a very nice, high-quality pair of steers there as we start this British AOB division.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 18, John Matthew Carnley. Coffee County in second, Caleb Cook of Atonka County. Now entering the ring, Class 19, AOB British, Jackson Johnson of Monroe County, Keely Curvin of Escambia, and A.J. Knowles of Chambers. In the ring now, Class 19, AOB British.
Well, nice class here as well, guys. And I think we stair-step pretty logically from top to bottom from a placing perspective, but all three steers certainly with some good in them. And, you know, the black and white calf up front, I think a pretty dominant winner within this particular group. And, you know, when you combine stoutness, power, appropriateness of finish with some look and quality here from the side, I think he's a slam dunk in this particular lineup. His feet and legs could be changed a little bit. He could sit down just a little more comfortably as we get him out and go. But I don't know that that's necessarily the advantage to the steer that's behind him. I think a pretty obvious place to get started here in this particular group. You know, again, as we just start with market steer character, the Shorthorn Influence calf here in second has to be there. He is so much further along finish-wise than the black and white calf in third. That's why he finds his way into the second hole. That steer's got enough width and muscle to go with it that I think he's got some blend from a quality grade and yield grade standpoint. I think that steer will put some good things together. I'd like to change him up in his front legs. He wants to kind of buck forward in his knees at times. I'd like to modify him structurally up there. But again, as we think about carcass merit, I think he has to be second in this particular group. This young guy with the steer in third, I will tell you, I could argue maybe his toes are a little longer than ideal, but I could argue that that might be the best structured steer in this class. His length of stride, the comfort that he has in motion, and his top line, his levelness, all of those things stay together very, very nice when he's moving. That steer needs a little bit more time on feed to get to his end point. That's the difference in here. When you lay your hands over his ribs, that steer is not as far along finish-wise as he needs to be to compete with these two. But a nice trio of cattle here as we wrap up this British Influence division. Give them a nice round of applause if you would, and I think we're ready to select a champion here in this division.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 19, A.J. Knowles. In second, Keely Curvin. And third, Jackson Johnson. Joining us in the ring for the AOB Division Drive, John Matthew Carnley, Class 18. A.J. Knowles, Class 19.
Well, as we select, I think this is our final champion here before we get to the grand drive, I think in this British Influence division. And go ahead and bring that Shorthorn Influence steer on in the ring if you want to, Reed. As we think about this division and we think back to that first class, very, very nice pair of steers that we had in there. You know, and if this was a prospect show, that would be a steer that deserves strong consideration because his balance and his structure are as good as any steer that we have in this British Influence division. It's a market steer show, though, and that's a calf that when I put my hands on him, even as you step off and look at him from a distance, a little immature yet. He's not to his market end point. He doesn't have enough finish to go, to have a chance to go into that choice grade. That guy needs several hundred pounds before I would really call him market steer, but a good steer, a good structured, nicely balanced calf that's presented very well to us. You know, with that said, I think you've got two heavier steers that were first and second. You know, here's the one that puts market steer character with a show steer look. There's a one that has good market steer character that we wish balanced out maybe a little better, and we talked about his front end structure. But I think an obvious champion here in your British Influence division, and then a logical reserve if we just keep market character in mind here today as a market steer show, a terminal steer show, if you will. Your champion steer will be the black calf right here in the middle that won that second class, but the two heavyweights need to stay together. Your steer is going to be reserved. Good job.
Your champion AOB British comes from Class 19, A.J. Knowles of Chambers County. Your reserve, Keely Curvin of Escambia. Just a reminder, we will take a 15-minute pause following the steer show. A 15-minute pause following the steer show. Fire Meets Wood is just outside the Coliseum. They opened earlier this morning. If you're looking for a bite to eat here in the cold weather, Fire Meets Wood. And just a reminder, if you are on the arena floor, please move closer to the fence during the classes. Make sure there's plenty of room for exhibitors to line up. Now entering the ring for the Market Champion Drive. From the Market Heifers, Cooper Burgess. From AOB Continental, Mason Smith. From Key, Sarah Beth Faust. From Charolais, Callie Ray Childers. From Maintainer, Mason Smith. From Crossbred, Carson Fallon. From AOB American, Olivia Miller. From AOB British, AJ Knowles. In the ring now, your Market Champion Drive. The judge will select the top 5. If you're joining us online at jrlivestockexpo.com, the Champion Market Drive is now in the ring. Champion Market Drive now in the ring.
Well, guys, what a fun morning it has been to work through this market show, and you never know what you're going to get at any event other than I know every time I come to this part of the country, great young people you can count on, and a competitive spirit and a drive as they walk in the ring, and that is a constant, and it was that way again today. And I appreciate the effort these young people have put into it. We got some bulls and showmanship yet to go today, and I can't wait to be part of that. That is one of the fun things that I think we as judges get an opportunity to do, is sort through what I already know, are some great showmen and some others we haven't seen yet. So, my congratulations to all of you guys. But I will tell you, I didn't know, where the depth of your steer show would lie. The further and further we worked into it, I thought, wow, this has really been good. And yet, as you come back out here, it's not just the depth of one division. Look at all the champions. I mean, these are cattle, market heifer, on down, that in lots of different shows and lots of different places are going to be incredibly competitive. Doesn't mean they've been peas in a pod. We haven't had huge numbers, and at the end of the day, you always have certain things in mind that you'd like to find in a perfect world. And as you get to the end of this show, the top end, I could not be any more pumped about how good they are. And yet, I think we could see some subtle arguments on, wow, I prefer my kind a little more this or a little less that, or whatever it may be. Good is good. And I've never went into a show saying, I need my champion market animal to be to exactly this standard. It's just simply bring me a good one and I'll appreciate it, and then we'll hash out which one's got the most good parts. As we get back out here, I think there's the depth of your crossbred division was obvious, and I think that's going to be certainly something that plays, but there's one or two breed champions out here as well that I think you better take a look at. And, as we think through that lineup, the first one that I would talk about would be the steer that would have won what we called our key division, and there was a pair of cattle in that division that were both very nice. And as we get him back out here, maybe doesn't piece together perfect, and we talked about his underline, and then maybe needing just a shot more lower quarter shape in him, but that's certainly one that you got to take a look at. This steer that won our Charolais division is definitely a player for us, and he's one of those that, from a build and a balance and a structure standpoint, I like a lot about, and it's a market steer show. And now, back in his breed, I wasn't afraid to tell you, in his breed show, there was 3 steers in that class, and I said, you know what? In this trio of steers, he is the lightest muscled calf that was out there, and that's okay. It didn't mean he was devoid of muscle. It just meant in a comparative sense, those other cattle had a little more to them, and that's really where this steer lays in this show as it relates to a top 5. Really boils down to where you think he falls in that spectrum of having enough shape, enough dimension down his top. If he has just a little more pop, a little more shape directly behind his shoulder and over his loin edge, then he really is in many ways my kind in terms of balance and structure and kind here, especially from the side. So he's absolutely a player in this top 5 here. We had a great carcass steer that followed him in a main division that needs to move a little bit better. We've talked our crossbreds, and even that British influence down there on the end, we get him stopped, and I think you can see some similarities in his kind to some of the things that we like in some of the other cattle in front of him. As you get him on the move, maybe need to tweak his structure to give him a chance here to ultimately get into our overall top 5. But, guys, this has been a lot of fun. I think these young people, before we select the top 5, they deserve one more huge, huge round of applause, if you would. Give it to them. Awesome, awesome market show. I just think the combination of power, balance, correctness, all of those things in that crossbred steer right there makes him your champion. Congratulations, buddy.
Your champion market animal, Carson Fallon. Comes from the crossbred division. Mason Smith, please join us in the ring with your crossbred steer.
If you remember back in that crossbred division, I said we were splitting hairs. Tough to slide one in between them at this point. That's going to be our reserve. Congratulations, buddy.
Your reserve market animal, also from the crossbred division, class 15, Mason Smith.
Third overall will be right there in that crossbred division too. Good job, bud.
Your third overall market animal, Ty Harrison. Class 13.
Another great steer that comes in next. Now's where we start to have some of those discussions. I thought our three crossbreds all were still good in their structure and balanced out good and enough muscle to find that top three hole. But now's where that Charolais fits into me. Congratulations, that young lady. She'll have your fourth overall.
Your fourth overall from the Charolais division, class 7, Callie Ray Childers. Easton Elrod, please join us in the ring.
Well, another quality individual, but I think an obvious place. But he's a little better set of front legs away from having a chance to be way up the line. We're going to go back to the crossbred here for your fifth overall. Congratulations, guys. Great set of cattle throughout the course of the morning. Really, really good set of young people. Congratulations.
Your fifth overall comes from the crossbred division, Vivian Lou Thompson. We will take a 15-minute pause and then recommence with the bulls. We're about to commence with the Bulls Show, the first class of the day for the Bulls. We'll start in just a moment. For the Continental Division, now entering the ring, Class 1, Charolais Childers. And from Class 2, Luke Meadows. Also from Class 2, James Williamson.
Well, here as we start our bull show, we've got 3 total bulls here in our Continental AOB division. And, you know, please, guys, make sure when we get through this, we're going to do a top 5 overall. We're going to do a top, I think, several bred knowns even. So good chance we need all 3 of these bulls eventually to make sure we get our top 5s pieced together. But just to tell you what I see in each of the cattle, we've got a couple of Simmental bulls, a Charolais bull sitting there in between them. You know, the bull up front, I think a lot of quality to this guy. Comfortably the best structured bull that's standing out here, and I think that in turn gives him an advantage in balance. Because he's good enough and his feet and legs, all those pieces stay together. His top line stays together. When we get him out in motion, he is by some margin the most collected in the way that he handles himself and the way he maintains his spine. His tail head is hooks to pins, easily the best of this trio. This guy is, I think, in really nice condition. He's not overly fleshy right now, but as a fall bull, I think he's got a lot of gas left in the tank still. A bull that you could maybe mass up just a touch more compared to the ideal, but I think a very high-quality individual there at the front of the lineup. The bull in the middle, the Charolais bull, I think is an interesting guy. He is one that's got the kind of power and muscle shape you expect of good Charolais cattle, but does it in a pretty moderate frame kind of package. I like his moderation and his body shape, his depth of rib. You know, a bull that's not the heaviest boned in the world could stouten him up a little bit there. He's got a long ground-consuming stride with maybe just a little extra set to that hind leg. But I think a bull that just has a lot of good, strong commercial production type of value built into him. And then this Simmental on the end here, definitely one that's got some growth and some weight per day of age. A calf that's really strong as you study him behind his shoulder and down his top line. He's got plenty of depth. to me, a bull that when we set him into motion, that's where I'd like to modify him a little bit. He's too tight in his structure. He needs to be a little more comfortable and have more flexibility built into his skeleton, but a bull that certainly got some masculinity and got some power and performance in him as well. So, guys, a trio of very, very nice cattle here in our Continentals. I think a logical champion. That bull up front will be our Continental champion. The Charolais bull will be reserved. Give all three of them a nice round of applause, if you would, on a good set of cattle.
Thank you, Judge. Winning the AOB Continental Division is Charolais Childers of Class 1. Reserve from Class 2, Luke Meadows. Now entering the ring for the AOB British Division. From Class 3, Caleb Cook. From Class 4, Alec Ashley and Chloe Sewell. From Class 5, Toby Selzer and Michael Mizrano. From Class 7, Brooklyn Price. In the ring now is your AOB Champion Drive.
Well, guys, a really strong set of AOB British, I guess, cattle this time, and we're going to talk about each of these. We brought all of them in together. We had a lot of single entries and obviously some variation in age as you look across the cattle. So we're going to treat this as a champion drive, and I think you end up with a champion and a reserve in this division that are really, really strong cattle, and I actually think a rather close decision between two cattle that are pretty dominant in this particular group. But as we walk through and describe them, we'll start up here with this youngest Red Angus bull calf, and I think he said he's a June, and that calf, guys, that's an awfully nice bull calf. I think a clear contender in this group. He's still young and immature, and probably in the stability of his hind leg isn't quite under him yet. A little of that's probably fighting the halter and early in a show career, but I think that bull has got a world of future in front of him. He is good balanced. He is really, really nice in his body shape. His depth and turn of rib is excellent. Even as a young bull calf, starting to show some masculinity up there about his head, the crest of his neck. I think fundamentally that is an excellent prospect that young guy's got, and he's absolutely a player for me here in this lineup. We got the black Hereford bull standing second in the lineup right now. Length of body, tremendous in that guy. Really good and level down his spine and out of his hip as we stand off of the cattle and back out just a little bit. I wish he had a little more depth of rib to go with his framework and his length and his extension here today. He doesn't quite balance out to the same level as a couple of the other cattle that are in contention, but I think still a reasonably sound bull that you really like the length and the growth pattern that he's got. You got an Angus bull there behind him. I think early fall, a bull that you love his moderation and his depth through his midsection. Really, really soggy through the middle portion of his rib. And what's neat is that bull's still extended and really long and clean up front. I'd like to change his hind leg just a touch. He needs to sit down square and with a little more strength off of that hind leg. But I think a nice balanced bull, a bull that I really like, is body volume. The Red Angus bull behind him, there's one that is really impressive relative to his breed for shape. He's got a really expressive turn and muscle shape. He's pretty heavy in terms of his bone work, tremendous length aside in that guy. A calf that, a little like we talked about in that black Hereford up there, I wish we had a little more depth through his midsection. If we could make him a little softer ribbed, I think that would balance out that guy. But I love his length and his power and his muscle shape. The pair of Hereford bulls here in the back, the one that the young man's dragging right here in front of me, a little greener in his condition today, but a calf that I love his length. I like his flexibility and just the fundamentals of structural correctness in his feet and legs. From a balance standpoint, he gets a little easy right there behind his shoulder, a little pinched in his forerib. I'd like to make him a little more powerful as you study him from a width and muscle standpoint. But again, I think a very functional bull. And then you got the horned bull back here in the back, and he's obviously got age to his benefit and that maturity pattern that's coming with it. But that's a good bull, guys. He's stout in terms of his bone work. He's got a big old foot underneath him. Love his pigmentation. A bull that's got plenty of dimension and muscle. Good set of testicles that are square and correct in regard to testicle carriage. We could flex his rear pastern maybe just a little bit different when he gets out in motion, but I think a really, really good individual mature bull there, big yearling bull there that you've got to like a lot about. So to me, guys, there are two standouts in this group. That is 6 really nice bulls, but you go to both ends, and we've got 2 really, really nice cattle. That Red Angus bull up front, this Hereford bull in the back. I think those are the 2 real strong contenders for your champion and reserve. You know, and I think it boils down to maybe some subtle things that I see in them here today, and it's pretty tough to get around that extra maturity and mass that we find in this big bull on the end. Hereford bull on the end is going to be your champion. The red bull up front is going to be your reserve, but a great lineup. Give all of them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Judge. Your champion, AOB British, and champion bred and owned is Brooklyn Price from Class 7 of Lee County. Your reserve champion is Caleb Cook of Watauga County. Now entering the ring for your bull champion drive from the AOB Continental Division, Callie Ray Childers of Morgan County. For the AOB British Division, Brooklyn Price of Lee County.
As we pull those reserves back in behind. My compliments to young people. It is not always easy to drag bulls around, but I think it is exciting to see young people that are invested in a breeding program, that are doing these things at home to develop some heifers, I'm sure, as well, but bulls that maybe can work within their own program, or that they can market to other people that can do some good in other breeding programs here locally or across the state. This group does that, guys. My compliments to each one of you. I think the top end of your bull show is very nice, and we'll reiterate this a little bit tomorrow. We just finished a market animal show, and regardless of breed, in a market animal show, every one of those cattle, in my opinion, ultimately have the exact same goal. Doesn't matter what their hide color is or what their breed influence is. In that market show, all of them are ultimately a terminal animal that we can, to some extent, compare directly with one another with that same end goal in mind. To me, when we get into breed shows, into breeding shows, each one of these breeds, offers something slightly different to the beef cattle industry. And I think it's important to reflect on that. And when I come out here and I look at this Simmental bull or Hereford bull or Charolais bull, Red Angus bull, rather than comparing them to one another, I try to compare them more to a breed standard. And I try to look at those cattle and say, you know what, if we took these cattle onto your state junior show within your breed, or if we went on to a regional or national junior event within your breed, then which ones do I think would be most competitive or represent their breed at an elite level? And I think you've got a top end, and in particular, our top 3 bulls in your show, I think are all really, really strong individuals that could go on and see a lot of competition. And yet I think, you know, there's some give and take between them. You know, the Simmental bull, I think, out here in this lineup, his comfort and his structure and his movement, that's what separated him to begin with in his own division, and it continues to do so. He is really, really nicely balanced and just built awfully good in terms of his structure. You know, a bull that, as you look at him, even compared to the Hereford bull, maybe not as massive here today, but I think certainly enough dimension to go with what is an incredibly attractive look and a really, really nice functional, sound, structural base underneath of him. You know, the Hereford bull we just finished talking about, and I like that masculinity. I like that rugged look he's got, a bull that's really stout-featured as well and has plenty of dimension to go with that. We get him out in motion like we alluded to. I wish we could lengthen his step and free him up just a little bit off of that hind leg to be ideal, but a bull that's got a lot of good in him, and I love the pigmentation that goes with it. A very, very good pair that are champions out of each of their divisions. And you know, the Charolais bull, maybe not built out of the same mold from a balance standpoint, but a good calf in terms of mass and practicality. And I will tell you, I'm very high on this Red Angus bull back here. I think he's got a world of future in front of him in terms of quality and having enough dimension. Like we said, as he matures and he kind of gets his legs underneath him, I think he's really sound, actually. I think it's just a little uncoordinated right now, just a little bit, you know, again, maybe fighting the halter a touch, but a little uncoordinated in the way he handles his hind leg. But, guys, that's one that deserves a very, very strong look. And, you know, we come back a year from now, I think he'll give these bulls up front every bit they want, because I think he's got as much quality as anything out here. You know, there's 3 of them that separate themselves, but we'll go ahead and select the top 5, I guess, overall. Maybe find some bred knowns along the way to get to that final answer, too. But we're going to use this Simmental bull up front. He's going to be your champion. Congratulations, that young lady. The Hereford bull will be our reserve champion bull, and that Red Angus bull is 3rd overall for us. And then we'll keep working down into our top 5. Good job.
Thank you, Judge. Your champion bull comes from Class 1, AOB Continentals, Callie Ray Childers. Your reserve champion bull from Class 7, Brooklyn Price. 3rd overall comes from Class 3, Caleb Cook. Chloe Sewell is joining us in the ring. Your 4th overall from Class 2, Luke Meadows. And your 5th overall from Class 4, Chloe Sewell. That'll conclude the bull show. Just a moment, and we will begin with our beef showmanship. Starting with the heats from the senior heats, ages 16 and up. As we get ready to wrap up the photos, just a reminder, if you've got folks at home or folks in the barn getting calves ready for showmanship, the live stream is available at jrlivestockexpo.com. That's jrlivestockexpo.com. Now entering the ring for Class 1 of Showmanship. Ages 16 and up from Heat 1, Wyatt Johnson of Pike County, Alec Ashley, DeKalb County, Emma King Armstrong of Dale County, Ty Harrison of Coleman County, Luke Meadows of Houston County, and Pacey Sewell of Dale County. In the ring now is Heat 1 Senior Showmanship.
Well, guys, as we get, I think we've got 5, 6 heats, and eventually we got to get to a top 5, and we're going to, utilize, this ring space best we can, and I don't want to get, too many out of each heat, but I will tell you, there were times, that, 3 or 4 individuals maybe gave me looks that I thought, they were going to get a chance to move back to our championship. I'm going to select one out of this group, and it's a young guy. And then, in large part, guys, probably more than anything else, you watched it as long as I did. This is a team sport. You had the cooperation of your teammate, and that heifer stood and stayed relaxed for you. And then it wasn't all perfect, but at least things went in concert with one another, the two of them. I like this young guy's style with the shorthorn heifer, and I thought when he hit the ring, I was like, all right, this is a keeper, no question about it. I like his mannerisms, his professionalism is tremendous, and then that heifer just didn't want to help you there as we got there to the corner. Obviously, the same with that steer. In fact, as we look through this group, probably the next best cooperation came from the young man with the little steer on the end. And I was thinking, all right, I think I'll keep 2. I think I'll probably keep 2. Man, you got to know, if I pull cattle in front of you out, you got to pull up and fill that spot. You got to get up. Had you just pulled up behind that heifer, I'd have kept 2 out of this heat. No question about it. But at this stage and development, you got to know those things, and you got to make sure that happens. These are, guys, these 5, even though they're not going to come back in our championship, I think you can clearly see the experience and the things that are at work. And, sometimes it's been a long day for some of these steers already, and I get it. And they didn't want to necessarily help you out here. But I appreciate you guys and what you do, the effort you put forward, and the ability for some of these young guys that'll be in some of these younger divisions to see experience at work. So give them a nice round of applause. We'll look forward to having that young guy back in our championship after a bit.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Senior Heat 1, Alec Ashley of DeKalb County. Now entering the ring for Heat 2, the senior ages 16 and up, Kate Allen of Chambers County, Megan Crittenden of Elmore County, Ariana Pate of Escambia County, Callie Ray Childers of Morgan County, and Sarah Beth Faust of Blount County.
Well, another nice heat of seniors here, and 4 young ladies that all do an excellent job. But, you know, I kind of shared some thoughts with a couple of them. To me, guys, ring awareness, spacing, understanding where you need to be. Those are huge, huge keys in any age of showmanship, but especially in seniors. I thought these 2 young ladies, especially when we made that turn and we went to utilize this ring in motion, it gave me a significantly better look because they got made this turn and used the whole ring so that they could get away from the judge enough to see them in motion as well. Both of them very efficient in getting feet and legs set up, much like this young lady. I thought she did a very nice job when we got them parked here at the side of letting that heifer walk into her feet and leg placement. The big difference, so using this whole ring and understanding where you need to be. I thought those 2 did an awesome job. Congratulations to all 4. Give them a nice round of applause. Not placed in any order at this point. We'll ask these 2 young ladies to come back in our championship round.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Heat 2, Callie Ray Childers of Morgan County and Sarah Beth Falsta of Blount County. Now entering the ring for Class 3 of seniors, Cooper Burgess of Blount County, Chloe Sewell, Dale County, Emma Grace Paget of Conecuh County, Silas Galat of Lee County, Dakota DuBose of Escambia County, Briley Good of Lauderdale County, and J.L. Downey of Autauga County. In the ring now, Heat 3 Senior Showmanship.
with another nice heat here. And, you know, guys, every heat's different. I'm never going to say there's a certain number that have to, you know, come out of a heat. Sometimes some are deeper than others. And, you know, it's more of a standard. I'm going to bring them up to a standard. If you're going to make it back to the championship, it's because you did it at a certain level. And sometimes there's one in a heat that do that, and sometimes there's 3 or 4. And this time there happens to be 4. And again, those young people not placed in any particular order yet. We'll look forward to having them back in our championship. But give them a nice round of applause as they head out on a good job for us. And, you know, even these 2 young ladies, I think the young lady with the black heifer here, boy, that heifer just wanted to fight you, and it made things difficult out here. Just understand spacing, especially, you know, there's only 6 of you in the class, right? You know, so I'm one of those that I'd much rather see you give yourself a little too much space to begin with, and then shorten up that space, those holes as you need to. Because once you've given yourself not enough space, you're in trouble, right? You know, give yourself a little extra room, especially when you got maybe a heifer that's not wanting to cooperate perfect. Anticipate where you're going to stop. Stop a little extra early. Let that heifer relax, and then maybe you pull her up one step to try to get things as perfect as you can. But sometimes when we don't give ourselves enough space, then we're boxed in and we've got trouble getting the look that we want from that judge. But a great job. Again, both of these young ladies, very professional in the way they approach things out here. Both heifers probably just not quite as cooperative as some of those others. Great job. Give them a nice round of applause as well. Another very good heat.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Senior Heat 3, Cooper Burgess, Chloe Sewell, Silas Gallant, and Briley Good. Now entering the ring, senior ages 16 and up, Heat 4, Libby Bell of Houston County, Ellis Evans of Montgomery, Laura Landers Franklin of Blount County, Mackenzie Hornbuckle of Morgan County, A.J. Knowles, Chambers County, Caleb Cook, Catawba County, Aubrey Lovelady, Tallapoosa County. In the ring now, Senior Heat 4.
Well, again, a very strong set of seniors here, and in this particular group, we've got 2 young people that are left here that are going to come back in our championship. Give them a nice hand as they head on out. They've done a very nice job for us. We can go ahead and peel on out there. I think one more heat yet to go. You know, I actually, guys, I thought this was and maybe you sit and you learn a little bit from those before you, but I thought a really, really strong group as a whole. This young lady here to my right, I really like your style and approach to things. That heifer's very headstrong. She is tough, and you know, we've mentioned it earlier. It's a team sport out here, and sometimes your teammates come to play, and sometimes they don't. And then she was just tough on you here, and it made things you know, just more challenging for a young lady that I know has the mannerisms that I like to see in a good showman. Young guy with the big steer. I'm probably you know, not quite as efficient walking that calf into feet and leg placement is what the 2 were. The less you got to use that show stick, the better off, in my opinion, but I think does a great job also. Again, these 2 young ladies down here, maybe not quite as quick in getting into place and getting them set up. This young lady here to my left, I really like her approach, I will tell her. Some of the times I thought you were doing the best showmanship was when you thought I wasn't paying attention to you. Relax just a little bit. It's not a staring contest. It's just good eye contact. But I really like the way she handles herself and her mannerisms out here as well. One thing I would suggest, I'm not a big fan of balling up that halter like that or tying it up. If it's too long, cut some of it off. Nothing wrong with that at all. Great job. Really good, strong set of seniors again. I think we got one more heat to go, but that group deserves a nice round of applause as well, if you would.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Senior Heat 4, Laura Landers Franklin and Caleb Cook. Now entering the ring, Senior Heat 5, the final heat of the senior division. Keely Curvin of Escambia County, Greer Jones of Pike County, Mason Smith of Marshall County, Lillian Smith of Chilton County, and Blake Mitchell of Elmore County.
Well, again, final heat, and I think we got 11 or 12 that'll be back in a championship, and it's going to be really, really good, and these three will fit right in. Give them a nice hand. Let's go ahead on back, guys, and you can go ahead and get yourself prepared. We're coming right back for a championship, but, you know, for these two that are still left, again, my compliments to our entire senior group because, you know, here are two exhibitors that are a prime example of, you know, what doing this over time can do for you. Those two young people know what they're out here to accomplish. Young lady with the steer there was up front, maybe didn't get those hind legs offset quite the way I wanted to see. Hind leg on my side needed to be just a little bit further back, you know, and then, you know, the yellow heifer here that was parked all the way on the end. I thought, man, early on things went really good, and then she danced on you just a little bit and maybe never quite got back to that perfect feet and leg placement, but both of them doing an excellent job. Ring awareness is great. They understand where I am. Give those two a nice round of applause as they head back, and we'll have a look forward to this senior championship.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Senior Heat 5, Greer Jones, Mason Smith, and Lillian Smith. Now entering the ring for the senior showmanship champion drive from Heat 1, Alec Ashley of DeKalb County. From Heat 2, Callie Ray Childers of Morgan County and Sarah Beth Faust of Blunt. From Heat 3, Cooper Burgess of Blunt County and Chloe Sewell of Dale County, along with Silas Galat of Lee and Briley Good of Lauderdale County. From Senior Heat 4, Laura Landers Franklin of Blunt County and Caleb Cook of Watauga County. And from Senior Heat 5, Greer Jones of Pike County, Mason Smith of Marshall County, and Lillian Smith of Chilton County. In the ring now, your senior showmanship champion drive. Following the senior showmanship champion drive, we will have the Louise Wilson Showmanship Scholarship class featuring senior girls showmanship. For FFA members that are exhibiting today, make sure you find Mr. John Colquitt. He has a QR code that you can scan to add this show to your agricultural experience tracker.
Guys, tremendous group of senior showmen. Give them a big round of applause if you would. Excellent job here. You know, this is not an easy job, I promise you. And when you get this many skilled young people in the ring, it oftentimes comes down to, you know, maybe some personal preference-related things that are going to separate your top end. And, you know, we've worked our way down to 5, and we're going to come back to those 5 in a second. You know, but just a few quick comments here with the remainder of the group. And I will tell you, to me, showmanship is not a one-time thing. It isn't how did you do in the championship. It is how did you do in your heat and in the championship. I'm constantly thinking, and some of you guys stepped up your game even more in the championship round and maybe made some mistakes or didn't have quite the same cooperation of your animal within your heat as what you did this time. And I'm trying to weigh all of those things out in my mind. You know, but I will tell you, there are several young people over here in this group that we've pulled. And again, you guys aren't parked in here in any particular order. We wanted to work down to that 5, but there are certainly showmen that I love watching show. This young guy here on the end is one of those. Don't get yourself caught back in up against that fence. I thought we took that last lap, and I was like, man, he needs to make sure that steer wants to kind of ride toward the fence at the end every time. Keep him out there right in line with that one right in front of you so I can get that great look. This young guy, actually, it worked much better in the champion drive than it did to your heat, right? I could tell what I loved is, in my mind, I said, dang, he's got to be getting frustrated because that steer is dancing on him again. But he kept his cool, and that's why you made it to the championship. This young lady is one of my favorite showmen of the day. And this is the one time that you had an animal that just did not want to help you today. That steer, the bull, all of it, it all worked perfectly. And for whatever reason in this moment, and there's no consolation prize, I guess, for you knowing that I know what a great showman you are, but I also hope you understand you got to judge what's in front of you at the time. And unfortunately, this big bred heifer just didn't want to be out here the way she needed to. But, as a group, guys, all of you guys do an amazing job. Give them a big round of applause, and we'll count down this top 5 for you. Like we said, different styles, slightly different approaches. Your 5th overall senior showman going to be this young guy right here. Give him a nice round of applause. Let's go ahead and pull on up here. I think just steady, man. You watch this young guy go about his business, and, there's no way he couldn't be in the top 5 for me because, of just every time you turn around, that steer parks, gets his feet set rather efficiently. Maybe to me, when we're out in the lead, maybe a couple of the others, and you have a hard steer to lead. He's got some structure things that we talked about earlier that probably hold him back a little bit, but just getting out and going at a little better pace. But to me, one of the things that I will tell you, and maybe this should matter, I know it's showmanship, but I will tell you, the minute you guys came, even within your heat, I walked back behind your steer and I said, man, I'd have cleaned him up a little more before I came back out here. And whether that's a big thing to some people, not so much to others, your job in showmanship is to get the most out of that animal. And I know I'm not going to say what happens, but it happens, right? But do everything you can. It's your job to maximize the look out here. And right now on this rear view, he's got, it isn't like it happened while you were out here. It happened before you were in here, and that's something I think we could certainly work on just a little bit. These 4 from the get-go did a great job. This young lady right here is going to be 4th. Give her a nice round of applause and pull on in. Really nice job. I love her style. To me, actually, her style might reflect the young person that's going to be our champion showman as well as anybody that's in this group, and I really appreciate that. Sometimes close is good enough. And that's something this young lady needs to learn. In the champion drive, it seemed like she left it well enough alone. But in her heat, she just wanted to contend. Like right there. Why are we moving it? Why are we moving it? In fact, you did it 2 or 3 times over here on the profile in your heat where you tried to move that front foot forward. maybe you were trying to move it a half an inch. Perfection is something that I love people trying to achieve. But every time you moved it, and she actually moved it too far forward, and then you were stuck trying to move it back. And where did you move it back to? The same spot it started. You know, just take a second. We don't always have to touch a foot. If it's right, it's right. If it's close, it's right. You know, and I thought that was a little difference maker to me amongst this initial 4 showmen. You know, again, these 3 have done just a great job the entire time, and it comes down to some subtle differences between the 3 of them. Love the way this young lady up front shows and approaches things, even from early this morning. Very professional in the way she goes about her business. One thing I think is important, she knew to pull up, but she also understands the ring and what cattle are going to do. And I liked that she made sure I knew she was pulling up, but didn't think she had to go all the way to the out gate. You know, and that her steer, much like all the others, are going to want to go out that out gate, and she understands the presence. One thing, when we were side by side here, you only get so many looks, especially as you go even to bigger competitions. You know, when we're in here in this rear view, if you needed to take that steer around and pull back in, don't go around other cattle and in between. Go right through your hole, come out here and pull right back in. That's the quickest way you're going to get back to the spot you need to get. You know, and I don't ever like to see you go all the way around and you didn't go through around all of them, but you went over one and in between a couple and then back into your spot. You know, and all of a sudden, here I am wanting to come get a front view. And you don't get quite back there, and I'm not going to hold it against you that your steer moved, but I want you to get back to that spot to give me the look in the quickest fashion that you can, you know, and that was one little thing. You know, this guy with the market heifer here in the middle has done a great job for us all day too, and again, you know, I just appreciate his approach. I don't know that this heifer has been perfect the whole time, you know, and she can get just a little antsy, but he has never changed his approach. I really like his demeanor and the way that he handles himself out here, and you know, even when it wasn't going perfect, there wasn't any symbol on his face or sign to show you, hey, this isn't going the way I wanted it. He just let it happen, and he, you know, got back in the position that he needed to, and I appreciate that. Maybe not quite as quick or efficient at times in setting feet and legs, but I love the way he handles things, you know, really well too. And then this young lady with the heifer in the back, again, very at one with this heifer, and from the minute they hit the ring, you know, things have been pretty good. What I like is that she is willing, like, you know, even right now, in a perfect world, if we were at that backdrop, they would say, hey, move this front foot back for me. Does the heifer still look good? Yeah, the heifer still looks good, and she doesn't mess with her when she doesn't have to mess with her. You know, just very professional, very good in the way she handles herself. She understands her heifer. She's willing to leave well enough alone, you know, when she needs to leave well enough alone, and I appreciate that. I think that's the sign of an experienced showman that knows when a good animal looks good. So my congratulations to all 3 of you guys. I hope you'll congratulate one another when you get a chance. Young man's going to be 3rd. Young lady up front's going to be your reserve champion, senior showman, and that young lady right there will be your champion. Great job, guys.
Your champion senior showman, Laura Landers Franklin. In reserve, Sarah Beth Fowles, 3rd overall, Cooper Burgess, 4th overall, Lillian Smith, and 5th overall, Mason Smith. If you misplaced a phone, if you are missing your cell phone, it's at the announcer's table. Come see us. If you can tell us what color the case is, you can have it. If you know a Marcus He's looking for you. This phone might be yours. We are about to begin the Alabama Cattlewomen's Association, Louise Wilson, Showmanship Scholarship class. Our young ladies that will graduate from high school in the spring of 2026 will be competing for a $500 scholarship. Now entering the ring for the Louise Wilson Showmanship Scholarship class, Callie Ray Childers, Megan Crittenden, J.L. Downey, Briley Good, and Pacey Sewell. This year marks the 15th anniversary of the ACWA Showmanship Scholarship class. Over the past 15 years, 39 young women have been awarded funds to further their education. In addition to this showmanship class, ACWA also awards one academic scholarship yearly. The academic scholarship is over 25 years old. ACWA is proud to fund the future industry leaders. In the ring now, your Louise Wilson Showmanship Scholarship class.
Well, ladies, we're not done working you, first of all, but a couple of quick comments. And first of all, what a spectacular honor and opportunity for you guys. And just to hear a little bit of history there and the number of previous winners and the scholarships and the opportunities that come with awards like this. And you know, and then to have some of the former winners and those that are out here with us, because they also understand, you know, what this is about. I think that is such a compliment to something that has obviously become a tradition in this show. If you would help me in thanking those that have put this together as this showmanship honor for these young ladies. Give them a nice round of applause, and then we'll come back to the showman here real quick. But give everybody a nice hand here that's been part of it. I'm going to ask for my ring people to give me a little hand here. It's been asked, we're going to make this a little more than just showmanship. We've been watching them in showmanship throughout their heats and in the championship drive already. So we're going to put the pressure on you a little bit, all right? I'm going to give this microphone up. We're going to work our way right up the line. So if somebody would go ahead and grab that heifer right there, I want to keep moving it. But your job, I want you one at a time. Come introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from. And maybe most importantly, I want you to share what has this project meant to you and what makes you excited, most importantly, to be a woman in this industry moving forward. So, if everybody's got that, we can handle that. All right, go for it.
Hey y'all, my name's Pacey Sewell. I'm a senior at GW Long High School. I make a lot of new friends in this, and I think this industry is just really good for kids to be involved in. And if I was to tell somebody who's never been in this industry before, go to a local stock show or a sale and see where your food comes from.
My name's Brawley Good. I'm from Florence, Alabama. If this has taught me anything, it has taught me a lot about responsibility and determination that you have to put in something like this. If I could talk to anybody that's wanting to get into it, I would tell them to go to a local show around them and just talk to somebody, and everybody's really nice in it, so thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is JL Downey. I'm 18 and I'm a senior at Prattville High School. I'm going to Auburn University in the fall to study biosystems engineering. And in that major, I hope to enter an ag-related career to help farmers and ranchers in Alabama be more efficient and better at raising crops and livestock. To be a woman in this industry is so special because you create so many bonds and there's so much support for you.
Hi, I'm Megan Crittenden, and I am 17, and I'm turning 18 this year in September. And I'm from Tallahassee High School, and I do the FFA program, and I do the 4-H program in Elmore County one last time for my senior year. This program has taught me a lot of things throughout my years. The Cattlewomen's is a great supporter for us women, and the Cattlemen's is a great supporter for our youth. And I believe in our youth in the future will be actually good, better than us farmers during these years. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Callie Ray Childers from Morgan County, and being in this industry for 9 years is 110% the reason that I am the person that I am today. It's taught me so many things, from responsibility, hard work, sacrifice, but most importantly, integrity. This industry, and showing livestock specifically, when you lose in front of everyone. So when you get pulled to that outside, you have to keep a smile on your face and keep showing your animal. And that's the biggest thing that I've learned from this, is keeping a smile on your face even when you don't get the results that you want. This program has, like I said, developed me into the person that I am today. I owe my whole life to it. I plan to continue giving back to it through a degree in ag communications. And then if I could tell anyone anything, if they wanted to get into livestock or anything ag-related, I would tell them to do it, that it's extremely rewarding. Even if you don't walk away from the show with the results that you wanted, you will walk away with friends, memories, and a week full of spending time with your family, which is my favorite part of showing livestock. And then the last thing about being a woman in ag, that's extremely special to me because I come from 3 generations of all males in agriculture, and so being a daughter of those generations, it means a lot to me because I've been able to kind of help them and hope to take over our operation one day. And so being a woman is important to me because I'm the only granddaughter, but also because I get to carry on my family's legacy as a woman.
How about that, guys? Give them all a round of applause, if you would. Spectacular. And you guys, first of all, you'll graduate high school, I guess, in May, all of you. Don't be in too big a hurry that you forget to have a great time in a year that you never get back again. And I think I teach and I have taught at the collegiate level, for coming on 3 decades now. And I work with a lot of great, great young people. And some of them get so gung-ho, they come visit at Kansas State when they're a junior or senior, can't wait to get there, and they forget that this is your opportunity to finish a high school career with your family, to do all these things together, and you don't get those chances back again. So take advantage of it. It is fleeting, and someday you'll be as old as this guy standing out here, and you'll wish you could go back and do those things all over again. So I appreciate everything that's there, and I'm going to make one last comment to back up what you guys talked about. There was a moment in our industry where we did give females the opportunities they so richly deserved. And we thought that this was, something that was for men to be part of. And I mentioned I teach animal science at the university level, and I'm proud to stand here and say that over 50% of the students that are in our degree program right now in the College of Agriculture and in our animal science department are females. And they are doing amazing things, and now my former students are out there in careers and doing spectacular things, and it doesn't matter, what male, female, color, religious background, whatever. We want great people who will work their tail off and are competitive by nature and have integrity and will make this agricultural world better than it is right now, because it is changing and it'll keep changing, and it is you guys that we're going to need to make sure that not only we do things bigger and better, but maybe most importantly, it is our consumer that doesn't understand what we do. And they continue to grow further and further away from production agriculture. And whether you guys end up in production agriculture or not, that's probably less relevant than the fact we need you to be a great spokesperson for what we do on a day-to-day basis. And as you guys can tell from them picking up the mic, they're going to be great spokespeople for us for many, many years to come. Give them one more big round of applause, if you would. Hey, they're all champions. Congratulations. Young lady up front is going to be your winner here today. Congratulations.
The winner of the 2026 Junior Beef Expo Louise Wilson Showmanship Scholarship class is Charolais Childers. Now entering the ring for Class 6 Intermediate Showmanship. Ages 13 to 15, this is Heat 1. Ty Yance of Henry County. Cam Crawford of Escambia County. Brady Adams, Tallapoosa County. Caitlin Horn of Watauga County. Lily Downey, Watauga County. Rose Hodnett of Tallapoosa. And Abby Longclair of Watauga.
We'll work through the intermediates just like we did the seniors, and these two young people that are left on the profile. You guys will come back in our championship round in just a little bit. So give them a nice hand as they head out. We'll look forward to seeing them as part of that champion drive. But again, a very strong lineup here, and all of these, I think had moments where you're like, maybe they're going to move on. Feet and leg placement and efficiency probably for you two guys to my left were probably the things that held us back, especially when we got to the side. Make sure we offset those hind legs. This young guy right here with the blaze face heifer, I will just tell you, and every judge is different, but your heifer is just a nickel on edge out here, and you need to relax too. I think that's a little part of it. I think, you obviously know what you're out here to accomplish, but it's like when you walked out in Showman, it's like I got to amp everything up to the utmost degree. Just relax a little bit, and I think your heifer will tend to relax with you a little bit too, but just not quite as quick in the motions. I know we want to get the tail down. I know it's nice to get her loined. I know, but when you try to do all things too quickly, all of a sudden then she's all over the place. So just relax. I like watching you right now, even more than maybe when I appreciate the things I appreciated earlier, because you've just taken that edge off just slightly. This young lady almost kept you. I almost kept you for the champion drive. And I mentioned this earlier in a senior division. When I pull an animal in front of you, you need to fill that slot, okay? And we had about, 3 blank holes there. I kept saying, please move your steer up, move your steer up, move your steer, because in contrast, like the two of you, I think we could blend your styles a little bit and get an awesome showman. You're so relaxed that steer handles himself really good out here. And maybe at times we could pick up that intensity just a little bit. But I love the way she's approaching things. If we'd have gotten full, consistent help from that heifer here today, I think you'd have made the championship as well. Just wanted to dance from time to time on you, but I like this young lady's style and approach to things. Very professional in the way she handles herself. Really, really good set. Look forward to having those two back. But give those 5 a nice round of applause one last time as they head back.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Heat 1 of the Intermediate Showmanship, Rose Hodnett and Abby Longcrier. Now entering the ring for Heat 2 of the Intermediate Showmanship, ages 13 to 15, Carson Fallon of Blount County, Emmeline Coleman of Escambia, Olivia Miller of Etowah, Kenley Wood of Coleman, and Brayton Boswell of Elmore. In the ring now, Heat 2, Intermediate.
Another good heat here, and this is probably one of those times, and I don't know that it matters which one is which, but this is one of those heats where I either keep one or I keep three. I think there was probably one that stood out and was incredibly consistent. Two others that are right there where they need to be to get to move on, but maybe could make sure they understand some spacing variables in here that become really critical. And ultimately, I just thought, all three of them were too good to not get that invitation back to our championship round. So these three young people, again, not placed in any order, guys. All three of you guys are going to come back as part of our championship. So give them a nice round of applause if you would. And then we've got two others here. Great job, guys. You got a steer that likes to stretch himself out from time to time, and you need to make sure we understand that and get those feet under him so that top line doesn't start to sag. Tendencies of your animal are things that are always important to learn the more and more you show, and making sure those feet get square under them is really important. A little of the same here, but a different kind of setup in this heifer. From the side view, we need to get those feet and legs just set up a little quicker. On these back legs in particular, when we're here, this hind leg on my side should be further back than the one on your side, and that was something I was definitely looking for. Like your eye contact, like the way you handle yourself out here, just be a little quicker with feet and leg placement, and we'll be right there with them. Give them a nice round of applause again. We'll look forward to having those three back in just a little bit.
Thank you, Judge. Returning from Heat 2, the intermediates, Carson Fallon, Olivia Miller, and Kinley Wood. Now entering the ring, Class 8, Intermediate Showmanship, Heat 3, Camden Upchurch of Clay County, John Matthew Carnley of Coffee County, Judson Horn of Watauga County, Colt Childers of Morgan County, and Mason DeBose of Pike County.
Again, guys, I think from the minute they hit the ring, this trio and just the way they handled themselves out here, it was pretty evident to me we were going to have 3 again, and I look forward to, bringing them back. Congratulations. Again, like we've said, no one's placed at this point. We'll get you back in a championship drive, but those 3 guys all do an excellent job. All 5 young men doing a nice job, though, out here, and, spacing is pretty key. Make sure you give yourself enough room and anticipate where you're going to stop. I thought maybe we got ourselves a little crowded there at the very end from a spacing standpoint. Young man with the big heifer that came in just a little after the others, that's a big part of this, and then that's probably a difference maker, at least in this judge's mind, is being prompt and out here at the right time. But I really think that young guy can get it done. As we pulled there onto the profile, he knew what he was getting after in here and how to do it. We just needed to have him here at the right time to get it done. So again, a congratulations to all 5 of those young men. Nice heat there in our intermediate division.
Thank you, Judge. In the intermediate, Heat 3, Camden Upchurch, John Matthew Carnley, and Mason DeBose are coming back. Now entering the ring for Heat 4, the intermediate division, Claire Smith of Chilton County, Huck Sumrall of Mobile County, Vivian Lou Thompson, Pike County, Lori Alford of Montgomery County, Fountain Pitts of Conecuh County, and Briar Downs of Elmore County.
Another strong heat, and 5 very, very good showmen out here. And once again, I think, you know, a pair of them that separate themselves just in basic mannerisms and efficiency. Very, very minimal use of the show stick, no more than they have to set feet and legs. Obviously, work's been done at home. It's for those cattle to walk into their place as much as possible. Those two really do an outstanding job for us. And that, take nothing away from the other 3. All 5 of you done a good job. And again, like we've talked about, if you look over here and you see that hind leg set that those 3 have and the way they've got them set, and most importantly, they kind of anticipate where they're going to stop, and they walk them into that hind leg set. So they're not poking around with that stick very much at all. And I think you guys understood for the most part where those feet needed to go, but maybe those 2 walked into it and let that heifer of theirs kind of do a lot of the work for them. And I think that's something we've got to continue to work toward doing. But all 5 of you do a great job. Give them a nice round of applause, if you would. Another strong heat here in our intermediates.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Class 9, Heat 4 is Claire Smith of Chilton County and Vivian Lou Thompson of Pike County. Members of the Alabama Angus Association will have a meeting after the conclusion of showmanship, about 20 minutes after the conclusion of showmanship, at that middle barn to the left of the dairy barn. Now entering the ring, Class 10 of intermediate showmanship. Heat number 5, Jace Goggin of Monroe County. Ellie Elrod of Coleman County. Holly Kate DeBose of Pike County. Katie Norman of Montgomery County. MJ Flowers of Pike County. And Briar Downs of Elmore County.
On this next intermediate heat, again, I thought, you know, very, very strong, but probably three that really were in real strong contention. You know, a kind of an honorable mention in that thought process. This young lady with the big roan heifer, man, I do think her approach to showmanship is one I would really like to watch if the heifer had helped you out at all today, and she just wanted to push you and just keep moving, and unfortunately didn't give you the space that you needed to do the things I think you're capable of doing. Because when those couple times when she finally relaxed a little bit, I think there's a natural instinct that you've got that's really, really good. This young lady with the little yellow heifer that we saw earlier today, you know, I thought you were right there in your approach. I think your demeanor and the way you handle yourself is right in line with the number of those that have made it on to the championship. The difference to me, if you look back to those two that are going to move on, how they have those hind legs offset here from the profile, and I kept waiting and thinking, man, come on, get those hind legs set just a little better for me, and that was the difference maker here, but you do a really nice job. Those two are going to come back. You guys will be part of the championship round here in just a little bit. You're not placed right now. We'll just bring you back from this heat, but congratulations to both of you. Give all 5 of these exhibitors a nice hand if you would.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Class 10, Heat 5 is Briar Downs and Holly Kate DeBose. Now entering the ring for Class 11, ages 13 to 15, Heat 6. Brooklyn Price of Lee County, Bryce Guy of Elmore County, Hunter Gibbons of Watauga, Brantley Evans of Lowndes County, Caleb Rawlinson of Watauga County, Brayley Selzer of Monroe County, and Anthony Mizrano of Shelby County.
Well, again, a very, very deep and high-quality heat here in your intermediates, and I'll be honest, there were times that there were probably as many as 5 young people that I thought, man, you're right there on the verge of making it into the championship. And, you know, in particular, the Final 4 we kind of had out there, and you know, I thought all of them did a pretty nice job. I would tell us as a group, more than anything else, guys, spacing is so important in showmanship. If you're going to give that animal the best look to me as possible every time, then you got to give yourself enough space. And we got ourselves jammed up a little too much over here on the profile. And there's 2 things that happened for us that probably need to be just a little better, and everybody can be better at this. You know, if we've got this many cattle in the ring, some of our classes only had maybe 4 head. You know, and then all of a sudden making a lap and pulling on the stop becomes easy. If there's as many as are here and it starts at the front of the row, you know, you got to know how many of you are in here, and you got to kind of guess where you're going to stop before you ever get there. Okay, be ready for it before you get there. And part of it is just using this whole ring. Heck, go all the way down so that we give ourselves plenty of profile room over there. But then kind of keep looking ahead and see where that first animal stops and say, okay, I'm going to be about here, but stop a little early. And that's what happened. A few of us didn't stop quite early enough, and then we got jammed up in there. I thought this young guy on the end, you're really close, man. You know, some little things. As we stayed out here longer, the better and better it got. And then we got here on this last profile, and you were so intent on keeping your eyes on me, your heifer moved her back legs, and I kept waiting, and I kept waiting, and I kept waiting. And I was like, yep, you got to make sure, keep good eye contact with me, but constantly be looking back and make sure that that heifer hasn't moved on you. This young lady, again, I love the way you handle yourself in front of that steer. I really appreciate that. I like how you stay upright, you stay out in front, you keep his head alert. Again, there was a time when we were back here on the profile that I thought the hind legs just needed to be offset a little bit better and more consistent, but a great job. Give all of these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think that may be our final heat, and we'll look forward to having these 2 back in our intermediate championship.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Heat 6, Brooklyn Price and Bryce Guy. Just a reminder to our FFA members, find Mr. John Colquitt. You can scan the QR code he has to add this show to your AET profile. And if you've got folks at home that want to tune in and see you show or see your kids show, make sure they tune in to the live stream at jrlivestockexpo.com. Now entering the ring for the intermediate champion drive. From Heat 1, Rose Hodnett and Abby Longcrier. From Heat 2, Carson Fallon, Olivia Miller, and Kenley Wood. From Heat 3, Camden Upchurch, John Matthew Carnley, and Mason DeBose. From Heat 4, Claire Smith, Vivian Lou Thompson. From Heat 5, Briar Downs and Holly Kate DeBose. And from Heat 6, Brooklyn Price and Bryce Guy. In the ring now, your intermediate showmanship champion drive. In the fall of 2013, Chris Mullenix returned to Kansas State University as an instructor of animal sciences, the head livestock judging team coach and co-coach of the meat animal evaluation team. Chris was born and raised on a diversified cattle and farming operation in central Maryland, where his family continues to run a Hereford cow herd, an Angus herd, and a small feed yard. Chris received his animal science degree at Kansas State University, where he was a member of the 1995 national champion intercollegiate livestock judging team and was recognized as the contest high individual. For the 16 years prior to his return to Manhattan, Chris was an associate professor on faculty with the Butler Community College, where he has coached more than 30 national contest-winning collegiate teams and was recognized with numerous teaching, student advising awards at a regional and national level. In his free time, Chris is an avid K-State sports fan and enjoys working with youth and breeders at livestock events. Chris judged livestock exhibitions in 42 states and Canada, including prestigious events such as the North American International in Louisville, the American Royal, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, the Fort Worth Stock Show, and Denver's National Western. Chris is married to another K-State animal science graduate, Alyssa Mullenix. Alyssa completed both her BS and MS degree in the department and currently teaches agriculture and science coursework at Manhattan High School, in addition to her duties as advisor to their FFA program. Chris and Alyssa are blessed with 3 children, Mason, Kinsley, and Cameron. Your judge today, Chris Mullenix.
Guys, our seniors were incredibly good, incredibly deep. No deeper than this, though. And this top group in your intermediates is spectacular. They really, really understand, their job out here, and they do it, in an incredibly professional fashion, and just their mannerism, their approach, their understanding of where they need to be in the ring, I think, beyond their years in many cases. So my congratulations, this entire group. If you would, help me in congratulating them with a nice round of applause here around ringside. I think you get, cutting hairs here and there, and just little differences as we think through this particular group. But, that's what it boils down to at this stage. And I hope you can appreciate where I end up deciding to choose and pick apart some little things that end up being the difference makers for me in this particular group, because it's certainly not big differences that are going to separate this top, what ends up being 6 that we left out here for you. But I really, really appreciate what they do as individuals. And there are some subtle style differences. This was good enough that I would say probably even more so than our seniors, a little more similar in their basic approach out here is this group, even than what we saw in that top end of the seniors. But this is a credit to parents, leaders that have helped these young people get to this point. They've done a great job. We're going to do just like we did in the seniors. We're going to count these down a little bit for you. And I know we've only got 5 slots, but I want to make sure that we recognize and give honorable mention, I guess, in this particular group. And, that 6th honorable mention is going to be this young guy with the big steer up front. Give him a big round of applause if you would, because he's done a great job all day. The biggest thing to me, is just understanding and using the entire ring. That's really what I kept coming back. I say, yeah, but that steer parks and he gets him set, but everybody gets them set in this particular group, and they all understand what their job is. I needed you, especially when you were out in the lead, to take the lead of using this entire ring. And when we come by the end of that group, we need to get use the ring a little more, understand how many cattle are in this ring. We came back in this championship, and there were a dozen or so. And those first 2 or 3 of you that are out here kind of cut this corner and started going around. We need to know we needed to use this entire ring, and that's something that I was hoping maybe you would do. And it was actually the young man behind you that ended up finally leading the group and using that whole ring for us. And that was a difference maker for me here in this top 6. Congratulations. Give him one more nice round of applause, if you would, on an excellent job. 5th overall is going to be this young man right behind him. And, man, I love his style and approach to things. The heifers fought you just a little bit from time to time, especially when we're over here in that second, time around in that profile when we're over on this side. And I don't know, that halter might be just a little bit big on that heifer, because when you go to pull, she'll just fight you just the slightest little bit, and might help if that was further up the bridge of her nose. I will tell you, to me, showmanship is about, learning tendencies sometimes of your animal too, and she is really heads up and alert, and I appreciate that. I don't know when we quit doing this, but it seems like today we're so intent on scratching their chest that, we don't learn some tendencies of an animal and use a stick sometimes. Your heifer, when she stops and relaxes, her top line goes on her. I wish you could see her from our angle back here. She's too weak in her top line. And this isn't something I'm necessarily saying you need to do at this moment. It's something you got to work on with an animal. But we should use that stick under their belly every now and again. Get her to pull her top line together. Your heifer is way too good a heifer in even a regular show, to not give her the best look every single time. And when she stops and then cranks that head, boy, that spine can go on her. And that's my encouragement to you. Understand your heifer and continue to work on that, because I love the way you approach showmanship. Give them a round of applause. That's your 5th overall showman right there. Great job. 4th overall is going to be this young lady down here on the far end. Give her hand as well. Great job for us. I really do love her approach, a little like that young man I just talked about. You do not have the easiest heifer in the world to show, and she has some tendencies at times to maybe get her front legs out from underneath of her and maybe even camp that hind leg back even a little further than it needs. And, you know, because she's not perfect right behind her shoulder, we got to watch those things. But what I love about watching this young lady show is there is never a change in her demeanor. She is just so polished in the way she goes about things. And that's a heifer, like I said, that's difficult at times to pull together. And I think that's something that we can continue to think about. And I think the biggest thing is just concentrating on not letting her get those front feet even 2-3 inches out in front of her, because all of a sudden that's when it starts to come apart right in there behind her shoulder. And just understanding that right now is pretty good, but when those front legs are right square underneath of her, man, it pulls everything back together for us. But I really appreciate that young lady's approach to things. Give her a round of applause as well. She's your 4th overall showman. You know, there are certain things that happen during the course of the show that you got to weigh out in your mind. And you have to have, you know, you got to give credit where it's due, but you have to weigh every single piece of the puzzle out in your mind. Young lady, you're probably my favorite individual showman to watch show throughout the course of this day. I love your approach. I love the way you handle yourself. There are times maybe when we're on the move that you maybe press the pace just a little bit. But, man, when we get them parked, there's almost never a time when I don't think she has this big Hereford heifer, you know, getting the look she needs to. She's really good at getting that head alert. She knows when it's time to loin and when it's time to leave them alone, all of those things. And I'm going to tell you, I wish you'd have been here dead on time. I wish you'd have been here dead on time. You know, and there's some people that might have even kept you out of the top 5 because of it. I couldn't do it. I just could not do it. You're too good of a showman for me to do it. But so are those two. And that's really what it boiled down to as much as anything. I love your approach. I love the way she handles herself. 3rd overall showman right there. Give her a nice round of applause, if you would, on an excellent job. Great job. Yeah, and these two guys, I will tell you, I hope you congratulate one another. You've done a great job. It comes down to some itty-bitty things, but, you know, this young guy up front, man, the longer you watch him, I hope you can appreciate just the level of consistency in which he does things. Man, that heifer is just spot on in feet and leg placement anytime you turn around, and I love that. He doesn't do anything over the top. There's nothing flashy necessarily about the way he approaches things, but he is so professional in his mannerisms. He's so consistent in the way he handles things that he's got to be up here toward the top end for me. If there's one little thing, it's making sure you do a good job of keeping head up. Sometimes that heifer will get just a little dead-headed and those ears will fall back on her. Just keeping that alert and maybe keeping that head pop just enough, you know, to keep those ears and that head alert for you. Young lady with the shorthorn heifer here, again, I love the way she stays out in front. She's really good in the way she's smooth in her transitions. I love the way she transitions things. She doesn't overwork that heifer. She's always in a good position to be seen. You don't have an easy heifer with hind leg placement at times because she kind of throws that hind leg outside herself, and if she doesn't walk into it perfectly, trying to get her to set that rear leg can be difficult or offset it just the right amount. But this young lady understands that, and she walks her into it as much as she possibly can. When she has to touch a leg, she will, but she hasn't had to touch it very often. That heifer's been pretty spot on for her. 2 great showmen here, guys. Young man up front, you're going to be our reserve champion, intermediate showman. Young lady will be your champion. Congratulations.
Your champion intermediate showman is Claire Smith. Reserve, John Matthew Carnley. 3rd overall, Vivian Lou Thompson. In 4th, Brooklyn Prize. 5th overall, Camden Upchurch. And with that, we'll move to our final division of the day. Class 12, the junior division, ages 9 through 12, Heat 1, Michael Mizrano of Shelby County, Rayson Tuberville of Monroe County, and Tyson Burton of St. Clair County. The first two heats will be combined. Also entering the ring from Heat 2, McKenna Newton of Lauderdale County, Mary Grace Jeffers of Coffee County, Grace Stegall of Marshall County, Garrett Bowman of Monroe County, and Jesse Maples of Chambers County. In the ring now, Heats 1 and 2 of the junior showmanship divisions.
Again, guys, a very, very good way to start off your junior division with depth and strength, and for young people that are relatively early in their show careers, I think a very broad understanding of the big picture things and the things they're trying to accomplish out here. Again, we're going to ask 2 young people here to be part of our championship drive after a little bit, and I think just a bit more consistent and getting feet and legs placed. So if you guys want to go ahead and head on out and start relaxing and preparing yourself once we get through these other heats. You're not placed in any order at this point. We'll have you back as part of the championship. Give those 2 a nice round of applause, and we'll make some individual comments here on some of our other young people. This young guy with the Hereford heifer up front, I know sometimes it's not the most envious of positions to be first in the ring. I really like a lot of his approach. You know, a couple of things. First of all, just your posture, I think, is outstanding, and your eye contact is awesome. You do those things at an elite level, and I think you really understand how, you know, to have that heifer's head up and give me the best look up through her front end. You know, a couple of things for me. One thing, when we're in motion, I would push your hand just down the stick a little bit and keep it a little more natural at your side rather than kind of the Statue of Liberty approach to it. I like it a little more natural at your side. And then we got over here and kind of got stuck in that corner. Keep trying to give me that natural profile. I almost kept you still, you know, but when you pulled up here, I walked around to the side there and wanted to get and to still give you a side view. Make sure you get those hind legs set where this one on the other side is further back, especially when I'm on that profile view for you. But I really like your approach and your the way you handle yourself around the front end of that heifer. Great job. This young guy right there next to him, he's got a steer that's a challenge to show at times, and he didn't want to always stand still for you. I get it. But I thought maybe the difference for those 2, when we get them set up, I like to see this hind leg over here closest to me further back, okay? So back behind the other leg, and especially when we're on the profile. See what he just did right there? That's exactly, that's even close enough. That one that you had in front was enough in front that it gives me that good look from the side. That quickness with feet and legs is what I'm looking for. Young lady, you were really close, and again, a little like that guy. Getting her set up from the side like she is now was something I was waiting for. She kind of fought you a little bit there toward the end, but I really, really like the way you handle yourself. Maybe a little extra lead strap there that I'd probably cut off so that it doesn't drag the ground and you can't step on it, the heifer can't step on it. It just takes maybe 6 or 8 inches off the bottom of that, and I think it would be safer for both of you. This young guy does a really nice job. Again, feet and leg placement, not quite as quick as some of those cattle in front. Young lady with the big American influenced heifer, give yourself spacing in the back. That was probably one thing I was waiting for. Stop a little bit shorter of that heifer in front of you so that you had enough space to work there at the end, because I really think you know what your goal is feet and leg wise. Maybe did that a little bit more effectively, but didn't position yourself with quite the same spacing as those 2 that made it. Then finally, we had it down to 3 there, and I was kind of waiting for that hind leg set to be wrapped up on this one, and didn't quite do it. But again, an excellent group. I really like that young lady's demeanor and approach as well. These guys are really doing spectacular things at a young age. Give all 6 of these a nice round of applause as they head back too. We'll look forward to having those 2 back in our championship.
Thank you, Judge. Coming from Heat 1, Tyson Burton. From Heat 2, Jesse Maples. Now entering the ring, Class 14, Heat 3 of the Junior Showmanship, Abigail Leatherwood of Pike County, Toby Selzer of Monroe County, Riley Maples of Chambers County, James Williamson of Escambia County, Easton Elrod of Coleman County, Emmy Lovelady of Tallapoosa County, and Katie Holland of Baldwin County.
Well, guys, again, a very, very strong heat. This is one of the deeper ones we've had, and certainly some things, even amongst the four that are going to come back, some things that we'll probably talk a little bit about in a championship round. You know, as we go to a younger age group, maybe your expectations for, you know, understanding where they need to be in the ring and how to use their space, that comes with age. I'm still going to move young people on to a championship that are doing things at a level like these four are doing. And all four of you guys, we're going to have you back in the championship, all right? Does that sound good? Is that all right with everybody? We can change our mind if we want. You want? Okay, you want to be in the championship. That's good. You guys, I haven't placed you at all, okay? You guys want to go ahead and walk on out, and we'll have you guys back after the last heat of juniors. You guys will come back as part of the championship round. Excellent job. Give those four a nice round of applause. They've done really, really well for us here. But I want to make some comments here as well. And the first one goes to this young lady with the red heifer. And that young lady knows how to show cattle. I can tell it. She knows. And she understands. And this heifer's been a little ornery on her, and I get it. But you're going to get to show a lot more cattle in the future, right? And part of the job when your animal gets a little anxious, how many people does she know in this arena? One. You, right? And part of your job is to help her stay calm. And I know that's hard sometimes, and sometimes it's you get frustrated and she does things like that. Stay relaxed, okay? Stay relaxed and good things will happen, because I could tell we finally got over here and that heifer relaxed for just a minute because you helped her to do it. Then all of a sudden I could see you understood how to set her up, how to get her top line right. You did a great job, all right? Keep after it. Give her a nice round of applause. She's done a very, very good job for us. And then with more time in the ring, she's going to keep getting better at this. Great job. This young guy, you know, getting those feet and making sure they're square underneath of that steer is really important. Can you tell right now how his back is kind of swaying on us, okay? You know, when you get his back feet too far out or his front feet too far out, now all of a sudden that's why his back's starting to sway. Making sure that we get him a little square underneath of him, and then he holds himself together a little bit better. Man, she just didn't act quite good enough, did she? We got over there on the side, and she kept wanting to move up a little closer and closer to those ones in front of you. We're going to talk, even those ones that are going to make the championship need to learn a little even every time they come in about spacing. And I think that's where we could get maybe just a little bit better, is learning how to give yourself a little extra space to give your heifer. Even then, if she wants to move, she's not too close to another animal, right? If you give yourself a little extra space. Love your eye contact. Love the way you're doing things out here too. Same with that guy right there. He's got good eye contact. He's got a great pace when he's walking. Lots of positives here, guys. Give him a nice round of applause. Good set of juniors in that heat as well.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Heat 3, Abigail Leatherwood, Toby Selzer, Easton Elrod, and Emmy Lovelady. Now entering the ring for Class 15, Heat 4 of Junior Showmanship, Caroline Saucer of Monroe County, Owen Downey of Watauga County, Jackson Johnson, Monroe County, Joanna Johnson, Monroe County, Alma Sue Sumrall, Mobile County, Cabry Kellenbrink, Elmore County.
Well, guys, I love judging showmanship. I love watching young people at work and learning through the process. I think is really fun. And you know, we'll get this championship round back out here after a bit. And you know, these three young people have done awesome, and yet there's always still things to learn. I think you know, they love what they're doing, and that's what it starts with. And looking forward to having these three back. There's so many things happening out here in the ring. We got, you know, a million things probably going through these young people's mind, and at times we got to learn how to slow it all down just a little bit, you know, and stay relaxed while we do it, you know. But you got to, you know, halter in one hand, you got a stick in another, you got a comb in a pocket. Heck, sometimes you even got a cell phone in your pocket too. You never know when you might get that phone call while you're out here, right? You know, so but they're prepared, they're working hard out here. You know, I guess these three that are left, just a little more control, a little more help from their teammate most of the time. You know, and because of it, got those feet and legs set up just a little bit quicker for us. But these three over here are doing a great job. This little calf, he was a little stubborn at times, you know, and as this young lady gets more time in the ring, and what's that? First show? Yeah, that's all right then. He's learning, isn't he? He's learning, and he's going to keep on learning. You know, one thing I would suggest, maybe mom and dad help you with that lead strap there. Rather than tying it up in a ball or in a knot, just cut a little bit of it off, right? You know, it is too long, and you don't need all of that, but it's a little bulky and awkward to just tie it up like that. Young guy, he showed this steer earlier and getting tired, isn't he, buddy? He getting a little tired on you? What's that? He acts way better, but he done got tired, he says. I get it. You know what? I done got tired today too, and that's okay. It's not your fault, though. You're doing a great job, you know, and I bet that head weighs about as much as you do, but you have control over it, and I love it. You're doing a great job. And our young lady up front here, man, when we're on the move, I like your pace. You do a really good job. You hold that head right where it needs to. When we got there, stopped, she wanted to move around a little bit too much on you, didn't she? Great job. Give these three a nice round of applause. Awesome job out here, guys. Proud of you.
Thank you, Judge. Returning for Heat 4, Owen Downey, Almasu Sumraw, and Cabry Kellenbrink. Now entering the ring for Heat 5, Zaylor Gordy of Randolph County, Molly Medeiros of Montgomery County, Alexandria Wood, Coleman County, Cooper Fallon of Blunt, Jessica Mazrano of Shelby, and Bryson Upchurch of Clay County. In the ring now, Heat 5 Junior Showmanship.
Another really great group here, and we're going to have 3 of them come back for the championship, and I will be honest with you, this was another heat that I could have very easily kept 4 because that young lady right there does a good job. And I want to tell her just a couple of things. First of all, from the minute you come in that gate, make sure the longer you were in here, the better your eye contact got, and I loved it. Just like you're doing right now, make sure when the minute you walk in that gate, find that judge, make that good eye contact. Who's that over there videoing you? That's your grandma? All right. Well, grandma's over there. She's going to be able to show you something also. Because at the very, very end, when we were over here on the side, you got so good at eye contact that your heifer moved her feet. And I was kind of waiting, hoping to see if you'd catch it and you'd move that foot back and get her set up perfect like you did earlier. And you were just paying attention to me so good that we missed that. And that's okay. That's how we learn. But you know what you got to do now? You got to go home and you got to say, okay, Grandma, I want to watch this so that I see what happened. That sound like a good idea? You can do that? Okay. Good thing Grandma's here, right? That's pretty awesome. You know, so transition-wise, maybe, and you know, it doesn't matter to me what kind of show stick you have, but make sure if you're going to, come over top of it more like that if it's a little longer than it needs to be. Great, great job for her. And this young lady, too, man, awesome job. When we walked, I really liked how you kept that heifer's head alert and good and high. Just make sure when we get ready to stop, make sure you give yourself plenty of space, okay? When we got over here, when you were on the side view, your heifer wanted to keep getting closer and closer up to that one in front, didn't she? So great job. Give them another nice round of applause if you would. Excellent set of juniors. This is going to be a great champion drive here after a bit.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Heat 5, Zaylor Gordy, Jessica Mizrano, and Bryson Upchurch. Now entering the ring, Class 17, Heat 6, Boone Maples of Chambers County, Loggins Williamson of Escambia County, Olivia Williamson of Escambia, Aubrey Ashley of DeKalb, Kinsley Holland of Baldwin, and Mary Margaret Waddell of Coffee. In the ring now, Heat 6, the final heat of junior showmanship.
All right, guys. I think our final heat of the day, and really strong, and they've been listening. You can tell they've been listening, and their spacing was really, really strong. Ladies, do me a favor here. Let's look at these two that are left standing over there. And one of the things that I was looking for, do you guys see how when they're on this side view, two things I want you to see. See how the hind leg over on the far side is a little in front of the hind leg on this side, okay? If you guys ever look at a magazine, look at pictures, just like they do over here, the great photographers over here, when they take pictures of these cattle, they will always have the hind leg on this side, closer to the judge, a little further back than the one on the other side. And that's one thing that those two did, you know, maybe a little quicker at times. The other thing is, it is hard to see the judge when you're behind a big animal, isn't it? Okay? What did you end up having to do? Kind of try to look over its back, right? You see how both of them are out in front of their animal? And they kind of just, it's easier. Watch. When I come over here, stay out in front. Can you see me easy from the front? Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's another thing that they did a nice job of. I thought you were really, really close to making the championship, and those are probably the two things that we can keep on working on. Stay out in front of your heifer where you can get a good view of that judge, and you can keep her head up real good. And make sure you see how the hind legs are right now. That have been perfect right there. Just that one in front of the other one a little bit. I thought all four of these young ladies, though, good control of their cattle for the most part. That was probably the ornery one sometimes, right? But the more times you get in the ring, the easier and easier it's going to get, I promise you. Hey, you guys are the last class of the day. And look at all these people still here to watch you and get excited for what you're doing. Give these four a nice round of applause. Those two will be back in our championship if you guys want to walk out, and we'll work our way back in.
Thank you, Judge. Coming back from Class 17, Heat 6 of the juniors, Boone Maples and Mary Margaret Waddell. Now entering the ring for the junior showmanship champion drive. From Heat 1, Tyson Burton. From Heat 2, Jesse Maples. From Heat 3, Abigail Leatherwood, Toby Selzer, Easton Elrod, and Emmy Lovelady. From Heat 4, Owen Downey, Almasu Sumrall, and Cabry Kellenbrink. From Heat 5, Zaylor Gordy, Jessica Mizrano, and Bryson Upchurch. From Heat 6, Boone Maples and Mary Margaret Waddell. That's a new style. I think it bites them a little more. But it also, like, it's not as bulky, I guess, as other halters.
Well, how about this, guys? It's been a long day, but what a fun day it's been, and what a spectacular way to end things with a group of young people that are obviously early in their show careers, but man, are they doing it at a big-time level. And, you know, we've got, I think all of you, what do you say, tonight is the night. You guys made it to the championship of junior showmanship. Tonight's the night you get to pick what's for dinner, right? So what you tell mom, dad, whoever, it's your choice. You worked hard. You got to this point. You get to pick where dinner is tonight. But they have done an awesome, awesome job. Give them a big round of applause here. You know what, guys? Just making it to a championship, unbelievable. And as we think about some of those that we already pulled in, you know, I even see some people, for example, this young lady that's got a baldy heifer here. There was no doubt in my mind when she came out in her heat that she was going to be a top 5 showman, you know, and then that heifer just kind of wore down on you and wanted to keep moving around. And all of you guys, I hope, understand that a big part of this is, how does your partner want to react today? Your partner meaning that heifer or steer that you happen to be showing, you know, and it's not always going to be perfect. And that young lady's an example. The young lady down there on the far end, when she was in her heat, I would have said slam dunk, top 5 showman in this junior division. And then when she came back out in the championship, your heifer didn't quite cooperate the way she needed to. That's not a reflection on you as a showman, and I hope you guys understand that I see how good you are at what you're doing. This young guy here, too, he was close, and he was right there in the hunt. You know, maybe a little more consistency with eye contact, and back in our heat, maybe not quite as quick at getting that hind leg set up as maybe some of these, but I thought those were 3 additional ones that were very, very much in contention. This is a great group, though. We're going to give an honorable mention, 6th overall, this young guy here on the end. He has done a spectacular job. Give him a hand if you would. One thing for me, make sure. Some of you guys have them this way. If you got that comb in your back pocket, put those teeth towards you, okay? Don't let them stick out away from you. And granted, we've got more plastic combs than metal combs back in the day, but you know, the last thing you want is another animal bumping up against that, spooking them, poking into them, but those teeth should be toward you. This young guy, I'm going to tell you what, though, he made it to this top 6 because the longer he was out here, first of all, what a great heifer to work with. She's so calm, and she is just, you know, just continued to work with him. And the longer he's been out, the better and better things have gotten for him. I thought maybe the 5 that end up in the top 5 in this junior division, one of 2 things, either just a little more instinct and knowledge of where to be and how to space, or they were just a little quicker at times at getting those back feet set up the way I was looking for. But I love that young guy's attitude. He's going to keep getting better. Congratulations. Give him one more nice round of applause, our 6th overall showman here in this junior division. Let's pull on out, and we can pull down that way. Young guy with the steer, come on out here for me, bud. There's your 5th overall showman here in this junior division. Give him a hand. You know, a lot like, go ahead and pull up there with this guy, a lot like the one we just talked about. That was just a steer that continued to just work well for this young guy. He's done his homework. Those 2 have worked together, and he's stood still, and he's been calm. Again, a little like, you know, some of those others that are left over there. Maybe some of these others at times will walk into things just a little quicker. And I do want to see you, you know, stay out in front, back in your heat in particular. And that's one thing I try to remember everything that's been happening. You got really close to a heifer that was right in front of you, you know, and your steer had his nose right up against that one. You couldn't even stand in front of them anymore, right? You know, because there wasn't enough space. Just make sure, think, and I use this word a lot with my son and my daughter at home, see what's happening in the ring and anticipate where you're going to stop. That heifer stopped, and you just kept walking. Instead, stop a few steps early, and then give yourself enough space. Awesome job. Give him another round of applause. That's your 5th overall here in this division. 4th overall, this young lady right here. Come on out. Let's bring that heifer on out. Nope, you're not yet. Unless you want to be 4th, you can stay. You're going to be in the top 3 if you want to be. Is that okay with you? Don't give up yet. 4th overall right here. Give her a big hand. Guys, one of the most instinctive and natural showmen that stand out here in the ring. She is incredibly good at what she does. And the more time she gets in the ring, the more and more comfortable she's going to feel. And, you know, when she walked out in her heat, I said, this thing's over. Here, this is going to be our champion showman. And then we got over here on the profile in her heat and maybe didn't have the space we need and didn't always quite get those hind legs exactly the way they needed to be. But, man, I love her posture, the professionalism. She's got a beautiful balance of intensity and strength in that look in her eye, you know, with a calm demeanor and natural approach to what she does. And the more time you get out here, the better and better things are going to get with just those little things that maybe those three have been a little more consistent with. Awesome job. Give her one more hand, our 4th overall showman. Our final 3, guys, you've done an amazing job. And, you know, there's some subtle differences. And then probably for me personally, there is one showman that has just, you know, has an incredible, you know, demeanor, an incredible professionalism, but just an awesome instinct in the way they approach things out here that separates them. But these 3 have been really, really good. I'm just going to talk about the 3 of them here. This young lady with the Hereford heifer standing at the end of the lineup right now. Man, that is, she'll look through your soul, man. Look at that. Look at that. You guys see that eye contact? But, man, she's awesome at just getting that, knowing where I am and keeping that intensity. Make sure we keep balance, all right? It's important that we keep balance and are constantly, you know, keeping track of our animal and keeping track of that judge simultaneously. But she really has a great approach to what she does, and she knows how to loin that heifer properly. She's not got the easiest heifer. She's a little heavy-headed. You got to kind of do that, don't you? But make sure you do it. What I would tell you is try to do it at the right times, okay? It's hard to keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. If I'm down on the other end looking at some other heifers, that's a time to let your arm relax and let her head relax for a second. But now when I come back, now's the time. Get after it, right? You know, because I'm trying to get the best look possible. It's if you keep on doing it and keep on doing it and keep on doing it, eventually it's going to tire her out too. You know, so just keeping balance with that. But I love your approach to things. That intensity is awesome. Keep that good eye contact. That's my girl right there. Up front, or this young man in the middle, we'll talk about him here real quick. Here toward the end, that heifer's fought him just a touch. But watch this young guy. There is no person that has walked through this ring today relative to their age that has a greater instinct and just a natural, innate ability to know what they're doing than what this young guy does. And I really love watching him show because, you know, he is so attentive. He is so competitive in his nature and yet knows how to get the most out of this heifer. And at this age, that's hard sometimes. Sometimes if you just get in there and you get in and out without letting them get away and kind of getting their feet and legs set up, then you're probably in a pretty good shape at this age. This young man is beyond his age in understanding how to get the most out of a very good heifer. I just love watching him show. And this young lady up front, maybe as cooperative an animal as anybody that's been out here. And again, that's a credit to what she's done in preparing to be here. That heifer has stood pretty still almost the entire time. You know, I think we can maybe get just a little more natural at slowing down and making that transition of our hands and then walking her into her feet and legs. That's probably something the champion today does just a little bit better. But, man, every time you turn around, once she gets that heifer set, she's awesome at standing out in front, keeping that head alert, and really keeping a good balance of seeing that heifer and knowing where I am. Spectacular job, guys. All of you are going to be champion showmen many, many times in your careers. Like I said, there's one of them that, to me, really just set the bar high in this particular group, but all 3 of them have done a great job. 3rd overall, this young lady with the Hereford heifer. Give her a big round of applause, if you would. Great job. Your reserve champion showman is this young lady up front. Congratulations to her. Great job. And your champion showman is that young man in the middle. Way to go, buddy. Congratulations, guys. What a great day. Give all of our juniors one more big round of applause as they head back. What a fun group of young people there to work with.
Thank you, Judge. Your champion junior showman is Bryson Upchurch of Clay County. Reserve, Abigail Leatherwood of Pike County. Third overall, Jessica Mizrano. Fourth overall, Emmy Lovelady. And fifth, Toby Selzer.